Hey, everybody. Today we're debating whether or not trans women are women, and we're starting right now with Classy Neurotic's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. Classy, the floor is all yours.
All right, if you can see my screen here. My name is Classy, and I am going to be arguing that trans women are women. So let's get some definitions out of the way.
I just want to make sure your name
Transgender,
is your name is Classy. Classy.
classy, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitions. Transgender is an umbrella term for persons whose gender identity, gender expression, behavior does not conform to that is typically associated with the sex to which they were assigned at birth. Gender identity is the internal sense of gender. Gender expression is how a person shows their gender identity to others through behavior, clothing, hairstyles, voice, or body characteristics. Sex is biological status as male or female and can be attributed to chromosomes, hormones, or the external or internal anatomy. Gender are the socially constructed roles, behaviors, activities, and attributes that the society considers appropriate for men, women, etc., and then intersects the atypical sexual development. So I want to make this point clear. Definitions are very important, especially when we want to get to the technical know-how. But I want to make the point that the way we use language, oftentimes the concept of a word is more important than the actual dictionary definitions. Audience, can you tell me what is the definition of a camera? Here, I'll give it to you. It's fine. You don't have to know the definition of a camera. Okay, this is the definition of a camera. But you understand the concept of what a camera is because you know the function of a camera. And we're going to find this is the same situation with women and trans women. So, this is a camera, this is a camera, this is also a camera. Cameras come in all different shapes and sizes and all different types of technologies, but you know what a camera is. You can ask a 3-year-old, what is a camera? They won't give you a dictionary definition, but they'll give you a definition that fits the function of a camera. So, what is a woman? If you look at the dictionary definition, it's going to say something like adult, human, female, and that is not wrong. However, what we're going to find that in society, ultimately, what a woman is a social expectations and social norms of what we expect adult human females to do. And what we find is that transgender women are women because they can fulfill the role, expectations, and norm of what is expected of an adult human female. They may not do it 100% of the time, but neither do cisgendered women. This is a woman, this is a woman, this is also a woman. Just by looking at them, you already know what a woman is, and they fulfill the function regardless of whatever their biological basis is. So, to quote Natalie Wynn, it is not I who misunderstands biology. It is you who misunderstands language. Expect Andrew Wilson to use all sorts of inflammatory languages and phrases like, oh, it's just a bunch of gay dudes who like to dress up like women because it gets them off and they usually suffer from idle gynephilia. This is a hypothesis popularized by the researcher known as Ray Blanchard. However, this has been refuted multiple times. Once a researcher known as Charles Moser used Blanchard's method to cisgender women because, to my knowledge, Blanchard never used this with cisgender women, only with transgender women. And we actually found out that 93% of cisgender women have idle gynephilia using Blanchard's method. And then a German group also tried to use the same method to prove Blanchard right, but they couldn't find any conclusive evidence. Expect Josh Seiter to say something like, male pattern violence don't change just because you're trans, and these men are now being put in prisons with women who have committed non-violent offenses and sexual acts. I can't say the full quote, but essentially what he's trying to say is that the male pattern of violence doesn't change just because you're transgender. But what we find through the research is that the opposite is true. In fact, that transgender women are more likely to be the victims of violence than the perpetrators. And you might ask, why should we care about transgender women? Well, you see, like many groups in the United States, transgender women are in fact discriminated against in things such as housing, employment, and education. And these things often are going to have huge implications for their health. What does the science says? The science says that gender affirming care works and that the detransition rate is very low, less than 1%. In the fact that more people regret having back surgery than their gender affirming care. So, in conclusion, transgender women are women because they can fulfill the social role of what is expected of an adult human female, even if it's not 100% of the time, but neither do cisgender women. And you should look at what the research says, what the science says, and not listen to failed reality TV stars like Josh Seiter. Thank you.
Yours.
Thank you. The prompt I'm here to claim in the affirmative is trans women are women. This claim is not something I can prove to you affirmatively. It's a semantic claim that really comes down to how one defines women. I cannot teach you anything about the world if you're convinced you have all the answers. When it comes to trans medical care, I can state that there is a general consensus on treatment while also acknowledging that much of the studies are low quality and that detransitioners exist. If you come into this debate with the position that trans women are not women because a person cannot change their sex or gender, I probably cannot debate you out of your predisposition. Instead, I'll frame this argument in a more humanely authentic way that rids itself of the semantic baggage. This debate is about freedom versus control. This debate is about privacy versus invasion. Trans people exist, and their existence is a difficult one. Trans people are a small but significant part of our society. They face disproportionately high rates of suicide, abuse, homelessness, and discrimination. These challenges are not inherent in being transgender, but are a consequence of a societal rejection and a lack of support. Evidence shows that trans-affirming care reduces these harms, particularly in trans youth. Despite this, there is a concerted and organized effort to deny trans people access to this type of healthcare. Numerous medical organizations, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, support gender-affirming care as evidence-based and life-saving. Trans-affirming care has shown to reduce suicidality by significant margins in trans youth. Denial of such care does not make trans people go away. It just exacerbates their troubles, and it leads to worse outcomes for all of us. This debate is also about parental rights. I have a right as a parent to see that my child gets the health care they need to live a full life. It is not the place of other people to tell my child or to determine on mine and my child's behalf what their health care is. How my trans child is treated is between my child, their doctor, and myself. Now, you might disagree that trans people exist. You might disagree with trans-affirming medical care. You might have valid concerns about a whole litany of problems as it relates to trans people, and that's totally fine. The issue is when you intrude into my family to tell me how to raise my kid. One side of this debate is about freedom, the freedom to pursue the healthcare needs of your child, the freedom to live a life of dignity and respect without surrendering to genital inspections to enter a bathroom, the freedom to act and be the person you want to be without the government standing in the way. And the other side of this debate is about control. Controlling how masculine or feminine boys and girls are by legal mandate. Controlling what kinds of books about gay or trans people my child can read in school. Your kid doesn't have to check out the book. Controlling which bathroom they can use. This debate has been poisoned by fear-mongering people who themselves do not have trans children. Are trans women women? That depends entirely on how you define women. If you're definitionally locked onto some definition which excludes trans people, then the answer is no. If you're open to acknowledging that we live in an ever-changing world and our definitions for words change all the time as we get new information to continue to develop, then yes, trans women are women. If you say that a woman is defined by her biology, I ask you, what about her biology? If you say she's defined by the presence of XX chromosomes, then I will point to medical conditions such as Turner syndrome, in which people you would recognize as a woman are born without the requisite chromosome. If you say a woman is defined by the presence of a vagina, I point to people who you would recognize as women who are born with vaginal agenesis, in which a vagina does not develop. There are women with Swyer syndrome who have female reproductive organs but XY chromosomes. There are women who develop without ovaries. There are women who develop without a uterus. There are women who develop without a vagina. There are women with XY chromosomes. There's women with single X chromosomes. If these people are not women, then I ask you what they are and why. All of these variations in human development tell us that sex is varied and diverse and that it's not a simple 50-50 split. Gender is a spectrum. If you definitionally lock women out based on which body parts they have or they do not have, you're making a political decision in order to exclude people from a category based on nothing more than prejudice. And that therein is the crux of our political issue. This is at heart a semantic debate which dodges a more substantive issue. How do we live with trans people? Suppose you feel trans women aren't women. You are entitled to your opinion. What you are not entitled to is intruding into my household and telling my family what they can and cannot do with their body because you are obsessed with them having the right set of genitals. As I said at the top of this, I cannot convince you if you are not open to being convinced. Instead, I ask you to imagine your child comes to you one day and tells you that they are trans. You really want the government telling you on your behalf how to navigate that problem? All right, thank you. That's my opening.
Thank you very much for that opening. One moment, I'm just going to rearrange the old videos on screen. As you can notice, folks, it just scrambled just for a moment. But want to say, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, want to say welcome. We are striving to provide a neutral debate platform so that everybody has their chance to make their case on a level playing field. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up. And with that, we are going to kick it over to Josh, aka Nicole. Thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Well, Classy Neurotic misgendered me a number of times. I identify as a woman. I go by Jay, and Classy Neurotic referred to me as he, him multiple times. And I just want to, make sure we're all clear that we're not going to be transphobic or bigoted during this conversation. We're all going to remain respectful. So I just simply demand that everybody call me she, her this entire time and refer to me as Jay. And that's all I'm going to ask. I think it's a very small request. I just want to make it clear, as a self-identified trans woman myself that's following the guidelines to a T, no pun intended, we're all just men in costume dressing up that are mentally ill, and we think that we're women, but we're not. Just like the anorexic man at 80 pounds thinks he's fat, he's not really fat. And giving him liposuction and giving him diet pills isn't helping him. You're actually harming him by giving him that affirming care that affirms his delusions. We're all just cosplaying and LARPing as women. 4 to 13% of us never get bottom surgery, which means 87 to 95% of us are walking around with penises and balls between our legs. Most of us are all going to have to get prostate exams. We'll still get testicular cancer. We'll still get penile cancer. Why is that? It's because we're men still, and we're just LARPing as women. Now, everyone here knows that. They're just suspending reality and choosing to live in a science fiction world where they think men can self-identify as women. But the real victims of this are women. Real women have a right to be in reserved female spaces without trans-identified men. And they fought long and hard for that right. And I think it's kind of peak idiocracy that we're here with men trying to mansplain to women what it is to be a woman. I think that's really insulting. I think it's really offensive that these two men here are trying to explain what it is to be a woman to millions of women. Now, they know they're wrong. They know they're being disingenuous. They know their arguments are specious, but they're still going to stick to them because they're in a cult. And they want us to capitulate at the altar of the trans cult, but we're not going to do that. And as a trans-identified person myself, I'm letting you know, and you need to respect this, that we're just men in makeup. And I want to welcome you to the clown show. We're all just cosplaying. We're all just clowns. And anyone who thinks we're really women is a clown too. So I hope I can hold up a mirror so that you can self-reflect and see that when this all comes off, I'm still just a man at the end of the day. And every other trans-identified man is just a man at the end of the day. Now, you point to a lot of medical anomalies or medical outliers and say, well, there's women who don't have this. There's women who have this. There's women who can't give birth. Ipso facto, trans-identified men are women. Now, that's what we call in logic a non sequitur. It just doesn't follow. Just because there are medical conditions that make women different than other women doesn't ipso facto mean that trans-identified men are women. Now, most sentient thinking people understand this very basic concept, but you seem to get confused by it and think because a woman is born with a disorder that your friend Johnny can self-identify as a woman and magically becomes a woman. Now, since you seem very confused on how this works, I just want to lay it out for you as a trans-identified man myself, that you can't utter a phrase as a man and have a transformative power imbued to you that magically makes you a woman. There are men and there are women. Now, what we have are a lot of mentally ill men. There's a lot of men, again, with anorexia that think they're fat at 80 pounds. There's a lot of schizophrenic men that think the CIA is tailing them and hiding cameras in their toilet. There's a lot of men that have psychosis, that think they're floating outside their body. None of these beliefs are true. They're the natural corollary of a mental illness, and they need to be disabused of these erroneous beliefs. They don't need these erroneous beliefs affirmed. Affirming mentally ill and erroneous beliefs is not kindness, it's not compassion. You are just further confusing someone who's mentally ill. Now, we don't affirm mentally ill delusions with any category or any group of people other than people who have gender dysphoria. That's where the exception has been made, where we don't disabuse them of their erroneous beliefs, but we tell them, yes, actually, you are a man. You were born in the wrong body. And then we argue that they should be allowed to mutilate themselves, or that children should be mutilated so that their fallacious and erroneous beliefs can be affirmed and brought to fruition. Now, again, I think most sentient people think that's stupid. Most sentient, reasonable adults don't agree with that. The trans movement knows this. That's why they're going after kids. That's why they're going for children's curriculum, YouTube Kids, Disney Plus. They're going after Drag Story Hour with kids because they know most logical, sensible, rational adults are going to reject the absurd proposition that men with a mental illness magically become women. So they have to indoctrinate the children. Again, as a trans-identified man myself, I really just want you all to know it's just a mental illness. We're just cosplaying. We're just dressing up and LARPing as something we're not. But we all know the difference between women and trans-identified men. Now, I want you to take my opponent's side if you think I should have full access to a women's bathroom. I want you to take my opponent's side if you think I should have full access to a woman's sport. I think you should take my opponent's side if you think I should be able to self-identify into female reserved spaces. If you think I should be able to do all those things, please, I beg you, take my opponent's side. If you think that's irrational and you think mental illness for people suffering from gender dysphoria should be treated like any other mental illness in the world, then I would urge you to consider what me and my interlocutor, Andrew Wilson, have to say. I think we're making a pretty solid point that mental illness should be taken seriously, it should be treated, and we shouldn't sacrifice women's reserved spaces at the expense of mentally ill men. We shouldn't continue male hegemony, patriarchy, and misogyny by giving men carte blanche to women's spaces.
Going over that halftime.
I think that's a very basic, rudimentary principle, and we've observed it as a civilized society for hundreds of years, and we should continue to do so. So again, throughout this debate, just look at me and ask yourself, should Jay have full access to female reserved spaces? And should millions of other trans-identified men have full access to female reserved spaces? If the answer is yes, then take my opponent's side. If the answer is no, take me and Andrew Wilson's side. Think about it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening. We are going to kick it to Andrew Wilson as well for this remaining several minutes of their opening. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, so to the answer to the prompt is, are trans women women? The answer is no. Very simple, no. Yeah, we're going to get into a semantic distinction. What's really funny here, though, is like these are really old arguments that our opponents bring up, really old arguments for this position. I'm going to tear all of them apart. They have no idea. Like these are old. You're not even with the times, guys. You need to get with the times. Also, just to beat up on just a little bit, right? I guess to throw the leftists a bone here. Nicole, when conservatives do this, it's fucking cringe. You should never dress up like a woman in order to own the tees. And also, while it is a good rule to not attack ever another conservative, I'm also going to have to say this to you, which is, ultimately, in this idea that you want to mock them, right? You almost kind of give it a bit of credit, and you really shouldn't, right? You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do the Crowder. You shouldn't do any of that shit, right? You shouldn't do the Alex Stein thing. And then, you know, just to kind of throw this last part out, I don't give a flying fuck if men go into women's sports and beat the holy shit out of them. I don't fucking care. Women voted for this shit. They overwhelmingly vote to have men come into their spaces and kick the holy shit out of them. And I just don't give a fuck about it, right? If they want to lose every one of their sporting events, they want to lose everything that the stupid ass feminist movement tried to build. I don't care. Right? I don't care if they're in the UFC and they get their little brains bashed in. I don't give a shit. I don't care if they're in their little swim meets and they get their asses kicked. They go home and cry. I don't fucking care. They voted for this shit. Let them deal with it. Stop going in trying to save these fucking feminists all the time. Stop it. It's bad for us. It's bad for the entire conservative movement. Fuck them. Let them deal with it. Let these guys go to kick the holy crap out. Who cares? Right? That's my position on that. So when he says, hey, listen to what me and my opponent, or I'm sorry, my partner has to say on this. You know, if you want men and women's space, I don't give a shit. I don't care. If women are so stupid that they're actually going to allow men to put on a wig when they have a flopping dick and go in and beat the holy shit out of them in their own sports, why would I give a flying fuck? I don't care at all. I don't even, not even a little bit. In fact, nobody watches their sports anyway. Who cares? Right. And here's the thing. You never see it in the opposite way, do you? So you're not ever going to see the M to Fs come in and it just really compete. You know, the female to males. Right. You're not going to ever see them come in and really compete with the men. Like, that's never going to happen. They get their asses kicked. They're not going to come out in the UFC and fight it out. They're going to get beat up. Right. It's only ever going to work one way. So let them suffer. Let them suffer, bro. Like, let them deal with the consequences of the stuff that it is that they want. All right. But anyway, with that, I'll just yield to close. Let's just get into the arguments. These are all old arguments. They're all stupid arguments. We're going to destroy them quickly. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Want to let you know, folks, before we jump into the open dialogue, we will have a Q&A. So if you happen to have questions, feel free to submit them in the old live chat with @ModernDayDebate. Otherwise, you can use a super chat, which pushes your question to the top of the list. And for that, thank you very much, gentlemen. The discussion is all yours.
Yeah, so my position is that a woman is an adult human female. Unless you can demonstrate otherwise, I don't even know how we have a debate.
Sure. Let me just ask, what is a female then?
You really want to do that? You want to go down each definitional tree? I mean, we can, but can we? I just want to make sure before we go down each definitional tree that that's what you want to do, because I just want to let you know what the conclusion of that is going to be. Right?
Okay,
is that we're just going to end up with two different definitions, and you're going to say I define it differently than you, and that's going to be the end.
LSP, how do you know which your mother?
Wow, you're not wrong. Yeah, I agree with that completely.
How do you know who is your mother and who is
locked
your
at
father?
two sides. So I guess I'm just gonna I guess to give you my definition of woman, the one I like to use here. Give me a second. A woman is an adult human with the gender identity of a woman, and woman itself is a category of people which describes both sex and gender, which is usually associated with female.
Okay, so you get to decide. So the individual gets to decide if they're a female?
No, the individual gets to decide if they're a woman.
Okay,
and which is both a social category. It's a social category.
Okay, so is it only a social category or also a biological category?
It's also a biological category.
Okay, so why should we default to the social category over the biological?
Because it's not much easier with language.
It seems like it's pretty easy. I don't think anybody's confused when they say woman, they mean female. They don't seem confused. Do you see a lot of confusion? Was there a ton of confusion? Hang on. In the comments, was there a ton of confusion? Or did you note in your life that when you were walking around and people said woman and it alluded to female, that they were confused about it? Ever?
Okay.
How do you know which one of your parents?
I have no idea what you're asking.
When you walk around in your life, okay, your whole life, the entirety of your entire life,
see women? Okay,
and somebody said the word woman to you, and they meant female, because they all do. Almost everybody says woman means female.
Category associated with female.
Were you ever confused? You were never confused, ever.
Really? You've never been confused about somebody was a woman in your life?
No. What do you mean?
I guess it's just there's so many people I guess I grew up with where it's like, hey, you look kind of androgynous. You can go either way.
Oh, come on. It's
like,
so
obvious.
rare. It's so rare. Yeah. It's so like, can you go,
Okay,
can you come across,
happen?
can you come across a person?
Transgender people are also
Yeah.
rare.
Can you come across,
yeah,
can you come across, can you come across a person who's like super ugly, right? And you can't tell.
Yeah, I'm sure
But
can
you
come
know what
across
you can
ugly
do?
people.
You know what you can do? You can walk over and be like, hey, are you a fucking chick or are you not a chick? And they can be like, well, no, I'm not a chick. And that's it. Done. So
Okay.
like, nobody's confused about this, bro. Who's ever been
Well,
confused in
this
the
is the
history of the
interesting
world?
thing that
Who's
Andrew
ever been
likes to do. He'll
confused?
obsess over the fact that, like, you know, you can't define what a woman is, or you can't just use like the XX chromosomes.
Oh, I
But,
mean,
like, he
this
never
is-
talks about the studies, though. He never talks about the research.
What-
He didn't
what-
address
research
the
into
point-
what?
The fact that idogynephilia, you know, you use the idogynephilia argument. You literally use
When?
that argument in the debate.
When?
In the debate with First Amender.
well, here's
When?
what
Happened a couple weeks ago.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hang
Here's
on.
what Andrew's not
Just,
gonna
hang
Hold
on.
on,
It's my
gentlemen.
turn. Let me. Can I
Gentlemen.
please respond?
Gentlemen.
yes, please.
So
I'll give you a chance
classy.
to respond, Andrew. I'll
Am
give you
I
a chance to
debating?
respond.
Am I debating
But
First
hold on,
Amendment?
Andrew, give me 1 sec. I'll give you a chance to respond, Andrew. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I do want to say classy. Then is great opportunity to go into the specific research. But Andrew, if you want to address the claim that you never address the research, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're not debating with First Amender, and I'm not debating with First Amender. Whatever you think was said in another debate, I'm here to address your arguments, and you're here to address arguments I make to you, not arguments that I may have made to somebody else in some past debate that you're obsessed about. That's not how debating works, you imbecile. Now, if you would like to
so you
take me,
don't think
stop,
that, like,
bro, stop,
transgender
bro. Let
women
me
just have
finish. Let me finish.
autogynephilia?
Let me
No,
finish.
but do you think that
Let
they're
me
just
finish.
men, just gay
It's,
dudes
it's
pretending to
irrelevant.
dress up
Totally,
as women?
totally irrelevant.
No, but
What's
do you
I
think,
want
just
to
answer
just
yes
one
or no?
sec.
What?
I do
Is
want
that
to hold on
actual
1 second. I do want to
hypothesis
give
that
Andrew
you
a chance to
actually
finish. And
believe in?
I'm going to give Andrew a chance to finish. So Andrew, maybe 30 seconds, and then I promise classy neurotic.
Yeah,
will give
here,
you
I'll
the
just
next
make
minute.
it super easy. Well, I don't know if you know how to read, but we have a debate prompt. The debate prompt is, are trans women women? Not, do trans women have autogynephilia, or do women have autogynephilia? Is that anywhere in the debate prompt? The answer is no. I don't know why you brought it up. Clearly you don't know how to debate. Maybe you just didn't prep for the prompt. I don't know. Or maybe you're trying to do a red herring, or you're trying to get me and my debate partner to go down all sorts of illusory paths that have nothing at all to do with the debate prompt. Can you address the debate prompt now?
I already did in my intro. But
All right,
here's the
I'd
funny
like
thing,
to-
All right,
you're
hold on,
avoiding
one
this
sec.
because you
I'd like
know
to
you can't
address it.
defend it. You know the research doesn't doesn't support your position. So of course you're gonna run away from this topic, though. It's how
I'll give you a
convenient,
chance
Andrew.
I'd like to
I'll give
address
you a
it.
chance to go into the research, classy. Josh, I hate to, but just since the research came up, in terms of specific research that Andrew, you feel like he hasn't addressed, you think he hasn't addressed, or you want to give you a chance to dig into that specific research, and then Josh will give you a chance to respond to after.
Yeah.
Classy neurotic.
So the idea that like trans women are just men, like they're just like, you know, getting aroused by the idea of like dressing up as women just hasn't actually been proven. This was an idea like first popularized by the psychologist known as Ray Blanchard. A lot of trans folks like him because, you know, he kind of just like they just kind of like use his arguments, but then he's actually been disproven many times. So there was a study that was shown it was conducted by Charles Williams that where they did a questionnaire with cisgender women because Ray Blanchard has only done the questionnaire with transgender women. He's never done it with a proper control group like with biological.
Well,
like, women.
let me just quickly respond. I don't give a shit. Can we get back to the debate prompt now?
I think it's just convenient that you're running away from an argument.
Yeah, it's
wait,
convenient that I'm
Stop,
here to
stop,
debate
stop.
what the debate prompt is. I know it's very convenient.
Well, this is why it's just a bad prompt because it's like I think women are this, I think women are that. Like,
Well, if you want to hone in on specific arguments, I wouldn't use an autogynephilic argument to try to claim somebody is or isn't a woman. That would be silly. Even if I were to grant all of this is true, it still wouldn't hurt my position. Who gives a shit? So let's move into something that will hurt my position. That would be great.
Okay, sure. Can we address the overwhelming consensus that trans affirming healthcare tends to reduce suicidality in trans people?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Just my statement.
Okay.
Like this is a
which specific studies?
Thing. Let me look some up.
Yeah, because
this is why on hand. But it's like
the reason that you probably should is because you're probably not up to date with the latest studies. So here's what you actually will find in the literature: that after gender affirming care, it is true that there is a reduction in self harm. However, it goes right back up to 20x times, goes back up 20x times after the initial euphoria is over. You probably didn't know that because you're not keeping up
Why does
with
it
the
go back up?
literature.
Why does it go back up?
Well, so there's a euphoric response. They don't exactly know why it is this euphoric response happens. However, it goes back up 20x after the affirming care is done.
Okay,
I
but
have
why?
study after study that
Yeah, but
demonstrates
why?
this.
That's like
They're
very
not-
important. Why?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah, they're not sure. They're not sure exactly why.
Okay, so then what's your point?
So do you know what
If you're not sure, like I wouldn't
because
engage with this argument.
do you,
The obvious reason
wait,
that I
do you
would
know
look at
why
it, why
do
is
you
probably
do you
because
know
there's still a
why
lot of societal rejection with
yeah
like,
you can say that
transition.
but yeah
Like
you can,
transitioning is not like a left right.
calm
like,
down,
old
let's have an
saying.
actual debate. Calm down.
Well, if you let me finish my point, you could have.
Yeah, but I wasn't even done with mine.
I was the one making the point.
You asked a question actually.
Oh,
So I was
okay.
trying to answer the question. So if you say, well, wait a second, it's inconclusive, that actually makes my point. Yes, it's inconclusive, but because something is inconclusive, you would actually have to bite the same bullet that it's inconclusive. You don't know. Anything you're about to say is an assertion. It is scientifically inconclusive.
Okay, I can grant that there are some studies which show that trans affirming care can be deleterious, and also that there's trans affirming care that is helpful. That's not a reason to ban trans affirming care. That's a reason to refine how we diagnose it. Add another doctor, right? Get a second opinion. Talk to a therapist, right? You have to acknowledge there are evidence that trans affirming care.
You would have to show me conclusive data. So this would be an actual.
What's your idea of conclusive data?
Stop. This would be a uniformity, a consensus-based uniformity within the scientific community. Okay, that X is conclusively demonstrated to be true. This is very hard, by the way, in the social sciences. Very, very rare, which is why almost everything that's said in trans debates almost always are assertions. You're going to talk about brain scans. That's inconclusive too. Almost everything that you're going to bring up is totally inconclusive. Currently, we have two different standards which we're looking at. We have the British standard. We have we essentially have the Western standard, and then we have the non-Western standard, even though these are Western nations. And I can pull these up, where here it's okay to do the affirming care as a kid, and it's recommended. In other places, that is not the case. So this is current literature. It's inconclusive. We actually don't know. We don't even know if the affirmative care, and by the way, this was the warning conservatives gave, and it was even the warning some gay activists gave, is that you have to be very careful about saying it's conclusive that affirmation and affirming care, right, conclusively means that there's going to be a long-term risk reduction in suicidality. We now know that is not the case. However, we don't know why that's not the case.
Okay, I am not conclusively saying that trans affirming care is always the right decision.
Right.
I am acknowledging, if you'd let me, I am acknowledging that there are two different branches of study on this that come with opposite conclusions. That's not a reason to stop or ban trans affirming care. That's a reason to gather more data, right? Well, if we have evidence that it does help. If you stop care, you could potentially be making the problem worse. If you have care that reduces suicidality in trans youth, you have to acknowledge that if you're going to stop that care, you're going to have higher rates of trans.
But the problem is versus hard science, where you can come to real conclusions in soft sciences, you don't actually know that you're not just using these kids as experiments. They're like a petri dish for you. So essentially, as a petri dish, you're like, well, we'll try this and try that. We're going to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. You also have, unfortunately, in the trans movement, you have a big problem with certain groups who often fund these studies or who are often at the forefront trying to make advocations who aren't even scientists. I mean, some of them are like fucking plastic surgeons and shit. Like they're not real scientists who are the head
Wait,
of
a plastic surgeon can't do research?
Stop. Let me finish. I don't think that you would want a plastic surgeon to be giving you medical advice about heart surgery. Okay. I don't think you would. So the thing is, like, maybe you can say that you would. I wouldn't believe you. Most rational people wouldn't. I guess you can say that you would. But ultimately, what I'm telling you is that there's multiple different standards for looking at this. None of it's conclusive. Because it's not conclusive, you're actually asking us to make our children into petri dishes. That's what you're actually requesting. You say that this is a fight over sovereignty and over control. I would actually say that you're right. If it is a control over the family, then, and you say a person should have a right to allow their child to do gender affirming care? Shouldn't a person have a right to also tell them they can't?
I want to jump over to either Classy or LSP, and then we definitely have to jump over to Josh. Josh, I know you had something you wanted to say earlier in it, so I do want to make sure though that I get the left side first, so that we don't
Okay,
team up
good.
on it.
Yes. I'm not against people saying that they can't. I'm not saying the government shouldn't be involved. I'm saying the government needs to be involved in a more precise way than outright bans, right? I'm not in favor of giving people trans affirming medical care if they are in fact not trans. If you think that's my position, that's not my position. I don't believe this care should be given to people who don't need it. But for the people who do need it, it is shown to help them. It is shown to reduce their rates of suicidality. If you get rid of this care, their rates of suicidality will go up. I'm going to
The rates of suicidality go back up anyway.
buddy. I let you talk.
But they go back up anyway.
Babe,
I don't understand the argument.
I let you talk. The American Medical Association strongly supports access to evidence-based gender-affirming care and has taken steps to oppose political interference in medical decision-making. The American Medical highlights, the AMA highlights that gender-affirming care can be life-saving, particularly for transgender youth. I'm reading their statement here, who face elevated risk from mental health challenge and suicidal ideation. Now, I can believe the American Medical Association, or I can believe that guy on the internet.
Well, I mean, first of all, citing the AMA is also saying that right now it's inconclusive, that their research is inconclusive. This is noted that it's inconclusive. Here's why. Suicide attempts post-transition in a 10-year period after are 20 times the normal suicide rate of an average person. Is 0.6%. So the thing is like they're pretty much on track with how they were pre-care. That's why it's inconclusive. Now, you look at the middle and you say, but because we don't know, we should continue, right? But that's not scientific. That is the opposite of scientific. So you can't say that because we lack evidence, we should continue until we have evidence to the contrary. That would be absurd. That would be the opposite of anything that you and I would consider the scientific method. So since that's true, and it is true, and I can give you the studies on it right this second if you'd like, you can look it up, the suicide-related outcomes following gender-affirming treatment. It's very simple. Now, we have other nations now which are saying, they're adopting a standard saying when it comes to affirming care, if your kid comes to you and says, I'm trans, for instance, instead of affirming that they're trans, you can actually say, hey, look, okay, you're wearing a dress, right? Go put on boy clothes, something like this, and that the outcomes might actually be better, right? This is what happens when you have inconclusive science, and you're letting, by the way, the American Medical Association, and I think even you would agree with this, is part of a political body at this point, and it's influenced by politics, and it has been influenced by politics for a long time. The idea that you're going to take these social soft sciences and then pretend that they're hard sciences is absurd. It's absurd. What you have is an affirmation bias. You want it to be true, and so you're going to, like many of the advocates do, fight tooth and nail to make sure that it is, regardless of what the actual science says, which is inconclusive. It's inconclusive. So stop telling me what we need to do as a matter of policy or not do as a matter of policy when you have inconclusive science, sir.
Okay, the American Medical Association statement wasn't that trans care is not conclusive. That was not their claim. Their claim was that care can be life-saving for transgender youth. That's their claim.
And Can's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, of course, Can's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Not all people are trans. Misdiagnoses happen. I don't know what you're arguing against. But
then show me the conclusion then.
They didn't say it was conclusive. I'm not saying it's
conclusive. Oh, you just said it was. You just said it was conclusive.
I just said the opposite, my friend.
So if it's not conclusive, then I don't care.
Stop. I can't help that you don't care.
I don't care about non-conclusive science. Why do you?
Okay, fine. You don't have to care. What I'm saying is the American Medical Association is saying one thing about this, and it's your place, guy on the internet who's not convinced to intrude into my child's healthcare opportunities. That's what I'm saying.
Do you have children?
You don't belong.
Do you have children?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I have children too. And the thing is that if it is sovereign to the idea that you are in charge of your child's healthcare decisions, if you want to go and cut off little Johnny's wing because he thinks that he's a girl, I don't fucking give a shit, right? It's just one less reproductive mentally ill dead end, right? I don't care, right? It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. However, don't try to tell me that it's scientifically informed because it's not. It's inconclusive. The science on this is totally inconclusive. And by the way, it's going to be inconclusive for a long time because it's basically a brand new phenomenon. Now, you can say, no, it's hundreds of years old. No, we only really started to dive into this phenomenon recently. We're talking, you know, medical research on this, as far as the LGBTQ groups getting involved and starting the mass funding, things like this, about 15 years, not very long. Okay. And when we were looking at longitudinal outcomes, meaning elongated outcomes over long periods of time, we are simply not there to have conclusive data on this, man. So I don't know. Just don't tell me it's a scientific consensus or a scientific conclusion, but rather you just want to cut off your kid's wiki if you want to. And it's like, I could at least accept that argument. That at least is better than the one you're giving.
Hang on. I've been writing down what you're saying. Is your argument that you do not want to ban trans healthcare? You just think it's inconclusive?
No, my argument here is that it is simply this.
It's not a scientific conclusion?
That you are not utilizing something which has some scientific consensus or has a scientific conclusion to it, or that it's even the data is conclusive itself. Rather, what you're actually arguing is that you think you have a right as a parent, if you think your child wants to be a girl, that you can modify their body. That's what you're actually arguing. So why don't you just say that and stop hiding behind the science? Because this has nothing to do with science. Science is inconclusive. It's inconclusive, sir. So why don't you just tell us you want to be able to cut off your kid's fucking junk if you want to and leave it at that?
Okay, guy. Yeah, I just want to cut off my kid's junk and
isn't that what you're arguing?
I don't know how to argue with this. Like, my child has a condition. I want my child to get a certain
How do you know
kind of
that they have a
healthcare.
condition?
You're like, no, I don't want to ban you from that healthcare. Just admit that you want to cut their dick off. Like, that's what you're saying.
If the science, that's actually inaccurate. I'm saying to you that you don't actually know if your child has the condition because you can't. You can't. Yeah, but they can't scientifically and conclusively tell you that
That's why I get a second opinion.
Stop, bro. Let me respond. I just let you go through your whole diatribe.
Well,
I let you go through your whole diatribe.
You actually
okay, then go through your whole diatribe, and I'll stop, and then I'll respond.
I'm being rude. I'm sorry.
You are being kind of rude, but anyway,
I apologize.
Yeah. So back to this. What I'm saying is that if you don't have any conclusive scientific data, and you don't, and none of the doctors have conclusive scientific data either, none of them do because they're all going off the same data, then any one of them who diagnoses your kid as being some other gender, right, cannot conclusively tell you that this is so. They can't do it. So usually what you're doing is a bunch of guesswork. That's what you're actually doing. And you're saying, based on the guesswork of me and whatever healthcare professional who are trained, by the way, by pharmaceutical companies, they're trained by various companies that have all sorts of lobbying groups involved with them, just so you know. And yeah, you can look it up. If you think I'm wrong, look it up right now. I'll give you the time. You're saying even though we have no conclusive scientific outcome, I want the ability to basically pump my child full of fucking hormones and, give them a debilitating condition for the rest of their life. Because that's exactly what it's going to do. If you take your son and you pump them full of estrogen, you're going to fuck them up, bro. And you can pretend that you're not going to fuck them up. You can pretend, no, I'm just helping them affirm whatever the soul fairy who stuffed the wrong soul into the wrong body. It was actually a female soul and he stuffed it in a male body. But what you're actually doing is you're just fucking them up. You're just really asking me for permission to fuck your kids up.
Dog, I ain't asking you permission for shit. All right, I don't answer to you. I'm not talking about having conclusive scientific data. Hang on, I let you whine. If you don't have conclusive scientific data, I'm sorry. I'm not claiming I have conclusive scientific data.
Well,
I'm claiming.
I don't care.
I want to give
well,
LSP
ladies and gentlemen, he
plenty
doesn't
of time.
care.
LSP, I'm talking on your behalf right now. I want to give LSP plenty of time to respond. So let's give LSP, I would say, maybe about 2 minutes to respond uninterrupted, and then we do have to get to Josh.
I
Josh,
don't know how to.
What I want you to do, Josh, is when LSP finishes in approximately 2 minutes, jump in, because I know you had a point you wanted to make earlier, and I just want to be sure that we hear it.
Do I got enough time to go grab some ice, James?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I need to have a drink while I'm destroying the rest of these degens.
You think the tough guy gets him laid?
Oh, every night. You look divorced.
I'm sure. Namaste, my friend. Peace and love.
This is a good chance. LSP, Josh can engage with your arguments as well. If you did want to respond to what Andrew just said, you got 2 minutes.
I don't know how to respond necessarily to I don't care. His fixation is whether or not I have conclusive scientific data, and I've already admitted I don't. right? Science can go both ways. I'm just saying, medical organizations, which are trusted by doctors, professionals who do treat people with the condition my child might have, endorse this kind of healthcare, right? And they do it for a reason. So maybe he don't like it. I'm sorry. Don't stand in my way to do, from getting that healthcare. But then he's also like, I don't care if you do it, just to make you want to cut your kid's dick off. And it's like, yeah, I mean, if that's how you want to look at it, yeah, I just want to cut my kid's dick off. It's retarded. I don't know how to engage with it. I don't care. Do people actually think these are good arguments?
Josh, I want to give
Yeah,
you,
they pay like
aka
$500 for
Nicole, I
course.
want to give you a chance. If you want to make either your earlier point you were going to make, or if you want to respond to what LSP said.
Yeah, so just because something putatively reduces the suicide rate of someone struggling with a mental illness, it doesn't mean what they're struggling with is factual. Now, the question asked in this debate, are trans women women? Just because suicide rates might go down if they get affirming care doesn't ipso facto mean that they are women. They don't magically become women if their suicide rates go down. They don't magically become women if it curtails negative symptoms. It just means that they got some kind of care that makes them feel better about their delusions. If we gave anorexic people affirming liposuction or affirming diet pills and it reduced their desire to kill themselves, it doesn't ipso facto mean they were fat all along. There's no transformative power imbued to the sufferer of a mental illness just because they were lied to by somebody. If a schizophrenic man was lied to and his desire to kill himself decreased, it doesn't mean the CIA truly is in his bushes. It doesn't mean the FBI is stalking him. It just means somebody was disingenuous, duplicitous, and lied to him. That is what we're dealing with here. Just because putatively suicide rates might go down with trans-identified men when they are lied to or given affirming care does not mean they are women. It just means they are being lied to. Now, we don't lie to and indulge anybody else's erroneous beliefs, especially when they're mentally ill. But for some reason, we make the exception when it comes to trans-identified men and women. Now, the question that's asked in the debate is, are trans women or trans-identified men women? Well, I'll make it easier. I'll tell you what the medical guidelines and scientific literature say. They say that they're men. The guidelines say that trans women are men. Let's go to NIH, NHS, WHO, WPATH, Planned Parenthood, transequality.org, or the Department of Justice et al. If we go to any of them, they say that to be a trans woman, you simply have to articulate a gender identity, which they say is a personal identity that differs from your biological or assigned sex. Now, assigned sex is a euphemism for biological sex. It's a specious phrase. It's using verbal legerdemain. To be a trans woman, all you have to do is articulate a gender identity that differs from your biological sex. So what all the guidelines say is trans women are simply men that have articulated a gender identity of female, spoken and said, I am a female. And a prerequisite of that is they have to be men. A prerequisite of being a trans woman is you have to be a man. So the guidelines make it very clear that trans women are nothing more than trans-identified men who have articulated that they think their gender identity is female, and they make it very clear that anyone can say this, nobody can question it because it's a personal identity that only the person who has agency over it can articulate. And what that means is I am a trans woman. Now, would you guys argue that I'm a woman? Because
Great opportunity to switch it over.
I've articulated a gender identity that differs from my assigned sex at birth. So, according to your argument, I am a woman. Or are you actually taking me in Andrew's position in saying that I'm just a trans identified man? I think it's very clear all trans women are just trans identified men, and the medical literature states that unequivocally.
Okay, can I go?
Yes.
Wait, I had my hands up.
That was
Wait, I had my hands up. I wanted to say something. I wanted to ask a question. That's really interesting.
No,
So-
dude,
so
stop whining.
you think that
What are you being? You're
transgender
whining.
is a delusion. Then how come we don't use antipsychotics to treat gender dysphoria then?
Maybe we should. Maybe we should.
Actually,
Why
this-
don't we?
better
Wouldn't that
result.
just be easier? Wait, wouldn't that be easier than having to go to the trouble of getting HRT and then getting some really expensive surgery if they can just use antipsychotics?
Yeah,
Hey, I
so-
bet most. I
Well,
bet-
okay, hang on. Actually, there's a great answer for this, right? And then I'll follow it up with a quick question. Actually, some people who have dysphoria are treated with antipsychotics. Okay, that's one. And then two,
Okay.
let me ask you this question very quickly. Let's say that we had a drug, okay? It was called like dysmorphia or something like this, okay? And you gave it to a trans person and cured them, meaning their dysphoria gone. Would you recommend that it be given to them?
If it actually works, it's their freedom. Yeah, if they're adults, they can.
No, no,
choose.
no. Would you recommend that they be given that drug because it would cure this dysphoria?
I think they should have a choice.
Why they're women? Why they're real women? Why
I don't
would
know.
they-
Well, that's hang on. Yeah, that is really strange. Why would there need to be? I don't get it. If it would get rid of the problem of dysphoria itself, it's gone. Why wouldn't you recommend they take it?
Because adults have the freedom to do whatever they want to.
So it really doesn't have anything to do with. So you just don't think that dysphoria itself is a mental illness at all, right? You think that that's
I
just part
think
of. Hang on,
adults have a
hang on. I
right
just
to
want
do
let me
with
ask the
whatever they want to
question.
do
Let
with
me
their own
ask the
bodies.
question. You think it's just part of ontology? It's part of who you are. It's part of your essence. Part of your being. That a gender fairy stuffed the wrong soul. Like you're a materialist. Like, how could you demonstrate to me as a materialist that the gender fairy went and stuffed the wrong soul in the wrong body? If it's not a screw loose or it's not a problem upstairs, and you could give a pill and it just solved the problem, why wouldn't you give them the pill? Why would you want them to decide, in other words, to remain mentally ill unless you thought that that was the way that they were supposed to be? And if it is the way that they're supposed to be, if they're supposed to have dysphoria, then you would need to explain to me why we care about it at all. They're supposed to have the shit.
I think adults have the
Your
freedom to make
argument
choices.
that like is your argument that we should force trans people to get healthcare?
No. Why don't you steel man my argument?
Please,
You
say
don't
it
know.
in the-
You don't
No,
know.
just please,
You don't even know
please.
what the argument was. So
No,
why
I'm-
don't you
I guess
stay
I
out of
don't.
it until we finish it then? Let him answer.
I'm sorry. Namaste, my friend.
Well, just trust the science. The DSM-5 says gender dysphoria is a mental illness. So I promise you, all of us men, and being a trans woman, a prerequisite of that is you have to be a man, not a woman. All of us men just have the mental illness of gender dysphoria, and we're just men at the end of the day. We're not women. So that answers the debate question.
Okay.
Okay, well, you know,
We're
it's true.
we're
Very
having
rudimentary.
like we're dog chill. I just let you go.
Yeah, it's very
Uh,
rudimentary.
it seems
You
like
talk
we're
for
having,
45
like-
minutes. I talk
it
for
seems-
5
it
minutes.
seems like-
Chill, dog. Don't misgender me. Don't
Okay,
misgender me. Don't be
okay.
transphobic.
That was that.
Okay.
Okay, that is very rude to
Okay.
misgender like that.
Okay.
Don't be a bigot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do not be a bigot.
Yeah,
How dare
okay.
you erase my journey? How dare you? Don't be transphobic. I won't stand for it.
Okay. Just because the suicide rate is reduced, seems enough reason to go with this kind of healthcare. And I guess I was lost. Like when I'm listening to your argument, it
Are
never
they
seems
women?
like it
Are
never
they
seems
women?
like
Just
okay.
answer it. Are they women?
No, they're not women.
They're trans identified.
Well, then
Yeah,
that's the end of
okay,
it.
fine.
That's the end of it.
End of it.
That's trans-
That's the end of it. Thank you.
Wait,
Thank you.
win. I don't care if you think they're women or not. I'm just saying this
That's
healthcare
the debate
helps.
question.
No, you said they weren't women.
You don't want to have like a more, you don't want to like a deeper debate than what.
They're not
No, wait, no,
women.
no. As long as you
They're
give
not
us,
women.
hang on. As long as you gave us the concession, they're not women. What you
Okay,
got
yeah,
out of
sure,
you,
they're not women.
then I'm happy to move on to whatever else you want to
Sure.
debate.
However you define women, that's what they're not. Okay, fair. Okay.
Okay.
So trans affirmative care helps. You guys just want to say trans women are not women,
Well, but
don't want to block it? I'm
okay, I'm sorry.
Positions.
Are you saying conclusively that it helps?
No, I'm not saying conclusively.
Then I don't. Then stop making the affirmative claim that it helps. It's not.
I'm asking.
You just said. Okay, listen. It's
I'm
not. It's not conclusive if it helps. It's not conclusive.
Okay, it's not conclusive. Fair.
It's not conclusive.
Are you guys going to stand in the way of me getting health care for my child?
Well, yes.
Yes, don't mutilate your baby. Don't mutilate your child.
We don't.
Okay, that's the part I have an issue with.
Yeah,
okay,
so
you might think it's not conclusive.
So here's the thing.
Your child. It ain't your fucking business.
Listen, hang on. I'll explain. I think you bring up a rational argument. The rational argument, and allow me to steel man yours. I've actually been listening to you. Perhaps you'll do me the same favor. So you can tell me if I'm wrong in the steel man. That you believe that this is critical care that your child potentially could need, and that men like me, and I guess women, I'll put this in quotes, like Nicole, are trying to block you from said care for your child, right? That is the essential steel man of your argument. Is that correct? What happened?
He wants to mutilate his child. He's mad.
What happened? Where'd he go? What the fuck?
He's mad he can't mutilate his child, and he thinks we should let him.
I don't know where he went. We were just getting into it. James, you got to get him back. You got to get him back, James. I don't know what happened. He left.
It looks like I thought it
maybe a connection issue.
That's what I was thinking.
I think he's mad that he capitulated and said that trans-identified men are just men. Oh, who would have thought?
He did capitulate. That's true.
Classy, if you'd like to jump in the meantime, let me just see if there's an email that said he got removed. I do see LSP in the Zoom call. LSP, I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry about that. Actually, he's still on the Zoom call now. I don't know if he just
perhaps he needed a snack. You know, you got to have some stamina for a show like this.
Maybe he has anorexia, and we should indulge and affirm his delusional beliefs. I think that's what he's arguing for.
Dude, you are sleeved up, bro. What the fuck? You're sleeved up. I mean, ma'am.
Oh my God, I'm a man again. Can you believe that? I was a man the whole time.
LSP, can you hear me?
I was a man the whole time. We're all men.
LSP, can you hear me? Hold on. LSP, are you there? Let me check the chat. A couple messages. Classy, you wouldn't happen to have his number or something, would you? Like, do you think
messaging him right now?
Gotcha. Let's see.
Oh, his Zoom crashed. Okay.
His screen crashed after he capitulated. That
so
sucks.
It makes sense that his Zoom is still in this call, even though he's got cut off on that side. So, Classy, this is your chance to make your case. Before we do go into the Q&A shortly, the screen is scrambled up, but I'm going to fix that right now. So folks, thanks for your feedback in the chat on that. Classy will give you a chance to make your case.
I think we should clarify a little bit about what we mean with gender affirming care for children, though, because when I look at the guidelines, though, and this is straight from the Human Rights Campaign, which was in collaboration with the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American College of Osteopathic Pediatricians, it is important to understand that for children who have not reached puberty, gender transition involves no medical interventions at all. It consists of social changes like name, pronouns, and gender expression. So I think we should clarify that it's a wrong premise to say that we want to
I'd like to
advocate for
hang on. Let's see if this is a fair analogy.
Okay.
Is it the case then that you're saying that until a person is 18 years old, there should be no intervention with hormones or anything else with the child until they reach 18 years old?
I would support puberty blockers, but I wouldn't.
Okay, well then stop. Right, your argument makes no sense. If you're saying that you want that is medical intervention, and that particular form of medical intervention will definitely stop the way that you typically would form as a human being. You would agree that is true, yeah?
The difference is that puberty blockers are reversible, and they can go on to
but they can still cause
normal
damage.
Puberty,
and they can still cause significant damage in the interim time. Anytime you block normal puberty inside of a child, you're going to cause some type of physiological problem. Now, you can say that problem can be reversed. It's not going to be able to be reversed in everybody, and you can't demonstrate that even if we had such a reversal at our disposal, that those critical years for formation would not have been stunted, and it's still inconclusive. Would you at least agree with me that it's inconclusive?
I would say it's inconclusive, and that's why it's
Mhm.
important that we have these conversations between the parent and the physician, and that
Sure.
the case for every single individual is going to be different. Do you think a child with type 1 diabetes can just walk into a clinic and just like ask for insulin on demand?
No, but it's
You don't think that's
very
gonna
no, but it's very conclusive that if a child with type 1 diabetes doesn't get care, they're going to die. And it is not conclusive here at all that if you put these kids on any type of puberty blocker, that they will. It's not conclusive even that it's good for them. We don't have conclusive data here. And so ultimately, as we kind of like, let's go through this. I want you to think about what you're asking us to do. If I had a neighbor who was abusing their kid, they were hurting them in some way, I believe as a Christian that I have a moral, ethical duty to step in, and so does my debate partner, I promise you. Okay, I can tell you right now, I don't know the guy, never even met him. I have a gut feeling, though, that he would see it as an obligatory duty to step in and stop said abuse. And so, just like you, I wouldn't blame you or fault you if you went to a Christian couple who was praying over a kid with type 1 diabetes rather than getting them treatment, calling the state and having the state assist in removing them so that they could get said treatment, because that is a horrific form of abuse. That's what you're actually asking us to do. You're asking us to sign on for what we would consider to be abusive. It's inconclusive science. We know it's inconclusive science. So that's what you're really asking us to do. So I wish you'd just be honest and ask us to do that.
So like we have to look at this with risk benefit analysis though. So
Yeah, but
the
it's
risk
inconclusive
is
what
that
that
they could
is.
the
It's,
risk is that they could delay their puberty, and the benefit is that it reduces their chances of self-harm
look,
or
I
self-defeat.
think maybe you don't know what inconclusive means when it comes to science.
I know what inconclusive
Okay,
means.
great, great. It is inconclusive. We don't actually know that you stepping in is going to be good or bad. We don't know that. With type 1 diabetes,
But we have
hang
some
on.
evidence
With
that it
type
could be.
1 diabetes, we definitely fucking know. We definitely know. We definitely know if you walk over to your kid with a big hammer and he hit him in the fucking head with it, it's definitely going to be bad, right? We have conclusive scientific evidence for these things. In this case, you do not have a scientific consensus nor conclusion on any of this data that says that you not stepping in to give puberty blockers to a child is going to in some way hurt that child. You say there's some evidence for it. So what? There's some evidence that Kellogg's Frosted Flakes is good for a balanced breakfast. Who gives a shit? I want conclusive data. Okay. I don't want Tony the Tiger. I don't want Yellow 5. I don't want people to say, hey, in some ways, Yellow 5 is good for you. I don't want Tony the Tiger to tell me that the Frosted Flakes are the best way to balance my vitamin C for breakfast. I want conclusive data. Do you have it or not?
We don't have conclusive data, but it should
Got
still
it.
be an option if there's evidence that it could possibly
The
work.
problem, I want to jump in here. The problem with that, Classy, is unlike diabetes, which is an objective, concrete, real disorder, diagnosis, disease, and a lot of other things that people have, high blood pressure, all of these things are tangible, concrete things that cannot be a figment of someone's imagination. They can't be a product of malingering. They can't be a product of Munchausen by proxy. The problem with trans ideology and postmodern gender ideology, it's not concrete. So we don't know not only which adults, but which kids truly have this thing. Whereas with diabetes, high blood pressure, we know they objectively, factually have these things. It is so amorphous, so nebulous, and the trans movement has ensured that it's so vague and amorphous that anyone can kind of self-identify into it. That's where the problems occur, Classy, because we don't know who's malingering. We don't know which kid is a product of Munchausen by proxy. So for you to assume that the kid genuinely has gender dysphoria or genuinely is trans, you're making a big presupposition, a big assumption that they do in fact have that thing.
One
And
sec.
you don't know that, and none of us know it. And that's why this issue, guys, is so nuanced, because we're not talking about an objective disorder. It's something anyone can self-identify into. And I would argue that's why it's so pernicious and so nefarious, and why we need to really have great circumspection and great caution when addressing it. And we
Okay,
should
we
not
are going
rush
to
into
we're going to jump over to
life-changing
Classy
alterations for
just to be
children.
sure that the time is split evenly. Is I want to be sure that Classy's not being ganged up on time wise. So even though LSP is still trying to get his Zoom working again, LSP or Classy, I do want to give you a lot of time to respond to both Andrew and Josh. So I'll give you a couple, maybe even several minutes here to respond to everything that you just heard. And I'm sure LSP will be back any moment because he did email me saying he's trying to get back in, but he's having trouble.
Yeah. Okay. So let me reiterate my point. We are looking at this from a risk benefit analysis. What is the risk and what is the benefit? And when you're talking about like other diseases, like let's say like diabetes, you can look at people's glucagon levels or insulin levels and stuff like that, and like diagnose them. There are also many diseases that you would say are concrete, like certain types of cancers that have absolutely no cures. There are just no cures. We have treatments, but these treatments might have really adverse side effects. It might make the patient feel worse off, but you would still advocate that it should still be an option for them if the parents think it's appropriate.
Yeah,
But
So
no,
what
they
I
we're
have that
saying is
disease.
that it should be an option that they can pursue if the physicians and the parents think that the benefit outweighs the risk.
How
Okay,
do you know
before,
the
hold on
kid
one second,
truly
hold on
has
just a
gender
second, Josh.
dysphoria?
I do want to be sure that Classy has enough enough time so that he feels that he's given an equal amount of time relative to what you and Andrew just took. So,
which is
Classy, do you feel
totally
like,
fair. Totally
hold
fair.
on, fair. So, Classy, do you have any other points that you wanted to make?
I think I made my point clear. Also, LSP says he's going to join back soon.
You got it. All right, Josh, I think you had something to say. Go ahead.
I was just saying, again, we can't know if the 5-year-old genuinely has gender dysphoria or is genuinely trans, whatever that means. We are going based off mostly what the parent is saying. So again, you cannot analogize it to something like diabetes, heart disease, these other things. We know the person has it, because the whole problem with this movement is it is a figment of people's, mostly adults, imagination. So we never know if the kid really even has anything. So we should always err on the side of caution.
How do we know if a kid has autism?
I would argue there's probably some misdiagnosis with that also, but if you look at the medical guidelines from WPATH, NIH, NHS, WHO, they say whoever articulates a gender identity that differs from their biological sex is trans. And I would argue that can cause a lot of people to be misdiagnosed, and even more so than something that's already misdiagnosed in autism, Asperger's, or anything else. There's always that possibility, but I would say it is raised when it comes to this issue, and that is what makes it so pernicious.
Okay, but I'm not using those guidelines. I'm using the guidelines from the Human Rights Campaign, which is in collaboration with the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American College of Osteopathic Pediatrics. And it makes a distinction between what are gender expansive behaviors, such as children, whatever, a boy that wants to play with dolls, a girl that wants to play with monster trucks, and also children who actually have gender dysphoria. And it doesn't recommend the fact that we just automatically treat gender dysphoria, that we at least explore the possibility that they may just be expressing gender behaviors that are different, that are typically you would typically assign typically expect from a boy or a girl.
I would
So
argue
what
that
you're
if
saying
there
is
was an
factually wrong.
explosion in the number of anorexic children, or an explosion in the number of schizophrenic children at the same time that affirming care was being offered for these children, we would all be justified in asking if there was a causal link between the affirming care and this explosion in anorexic and schizophrenic children. We see the same phenomenon happening here. There's been an explosion of putative trans kids at the same time that affirming care has snuck into the medical community and the literature and school curriculum. And I think people are justified and probably correct in questioning if there is a causal link, and we are getting less care for people that have something and more grooming and converting going on. And I would argue it's the latter.
So as medicine and research advances, our diagnosis capabilities actually improves. And just as you say that there's this explosion of everyone being trans, there's some people also argue, oh, there's this explosion of people having ADHD. Oh, there's this explosion of people having autism. You don't think it's possible that our diagnosis, ability to make diagnoses actually improve, and also just the fact that our attitudes toward different gender behaviors and expression has also changed.
Well,
I
actually,
think
no,
maybe not for better, maybe not. Maybe not
I would
for
have to
worse.
counter this by saying no.
Okay.
I think the opposite is true. As the science has gotten better, as more and more people have been looking at this issue, our ability to diagnose has not improved. In fact, it's just as inconclusive as the day we really started to go down the path of trying to identify these various gender issues. Everything from brain scans being inconclusive, and they are quite inconclusive, to the science you're now
Sure.
citing being inconclusive. Now, you brought up a pretty, I think, is a fair point, right? Let's look at the idea of something like autism. Something, there's a lot of kids who are diagnosed now with autism. But the question here becomes, is that even a fair diagnosis? Right? Is it the case that they're being diagnosed with autism and they actually have it or not? Well, a lot of that's inconclusive too. So we have to be very careful, right, when we go down these different pathways. But I will say that there's more science, at least, that would affirm the idea that you're autism, or that you have autism, than science that would affirm that your brain somehow maps onto that of a brain of a woman. There's not any good conclusive evidence for that. None. Zero. So the question I have for you is just this. You're a materialist. As a materialist, how can you make the claim that the wrong soul is stuffed into the wrong body? You would have to make the claim instead that you're developing along the pathway that you're supposed to be developing along. There's no other way around that. So if that is the case, as a materialist, why is it that we should affirm any of this with inconclusive science? Why?
I'm not saying it's conclusive, and I'm saying my argument is that this should be an option as a
Why?
treatment. This could be
Why?
one pathway.
Why
Because
should it be an
could work.
option? Yeah, but it
Because the
could also
benefit
not
would outweigh the
work.
risk.
But it also could not work. And if it could not work, it could do amazing amounts of damage, even from a utilitarian worldview. It could do huge amounts of damage to block a child's pathway to puberty. Like, I can't even think, can you imagine your dad comes into you one night and he says, we're going to block your pathway to puberty. And you go, well, that could be helpful. I'll grant it. Maybe it could be. But you have to grant the other way that it may be extraordinarily harmful. If that is the case, we don't make medical decisions that way. You need
Don't
to have
take our
you
word
need you
for
need
it.
you need to give me some degree of certainty here. Some degree of certainty. When I take an ibuprofen, I have some degree of certainty that shit's going to get rid of my fucking headache, okay? I need something. Give me something.
I just want to say
Hang on. Let him respond. I don't want him to feel like he's railroaded. The 2v1s kind of suck. I get it. I don't want you to feel railroaded. Please answer my question, sir.
I don't have a response.
You don't have a response. You don't have a response.
I just
All
want
right.
to say, me and Andrew are taking the passive position that we shouldn't allow people to mutilate their kids. Because of that, the onus is not on me and Andrew to prove anything. The onus, I think Andrew and Classy would agree, is on you guys, the proponents of child mutilation and body mutilation, to prove that there is overwhelming evidence that justifies it. You have not done that. You have tacitly admitted you can't. And I just want to reiterate, you are taking the extreme position that we should be in favor of mutilation. Me and Andrew are taking the position that we should not do that. Because of that, the onus is on you to provide overwhelming evidence, and you can't. And you've also admitted that trans-identified men are just men and they're not women. And I think that sums up the debate and answers the questions.
But you're misrepresenting my view. I'm basing my view based on the
Articulate it.
guidance from the Human Rights Campaign, which doesn't recommend surgical intervention for minors. It recommends that if they do have gender dysphoria, to explore the social transitioning and also possibly puberty blockers. So no, I don't support genital mutilations, and I would
Okay,
support
the
restrictions on
onus-
surgical intervention for
Classy,
minors.
Hold on, I
Classy,
do want to just to be sure that Classy, you feel like you gotten to say everything you wanted to say.
Yeah.
You got it. Pardon my interruption, Josh. I know I'm being like extra protective. I just want to be for sure that he doesn't feel like he's not getting enough time. Go ahead, Josh. Pardon my interruption.
I would just say, I will assume arguendo what you're saying. We will say no transition, no invasive surgery, but just what you're arguing for hormones and talking to the child about it. I would argue,
I'm not advocating for hormones for hormones for minors.
what are you advocating? Talking to them about gender ideology?
Talking to them about the possibility of exploring the possibility of social transition and possibly puberty blockers. But I'm not advocating for You understand there's a difference between puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy.
I do understand that. I have a
Okay.
very simple question for you here.
Sure.
Have you ever heard of the Salem witch trials?
Yes.
What was the demographic of people who were the most likely to give false testimony?
Was it possibly the women? I could be wrong.
It was the children.
Children. Okay.
Why? Why did the children have fantastical tales to tell about witches?
Because they are prone. Because
You're
they're
getting You're getting close.
I know what you're getting at. But
Can you
basically,
tell
like,
me why it is that you think that the children were the most likely to give false testimony?
because children are susceptible to certain
Suggestion.
ideas.
Yeah, suggestion, ideas. You can convince them Santa Claus is real. You can convince them werewolves are outside the door. You can convince them of everything under the sun. And those of us who have children know this very well. So I need to ask you again, if you have no conclusive scientific data and you're giving this suggestion to a child that the child may not be what the child thinks it is, then you perhaps could be creating a suggestion that child may never have had. Yes?
But I don't see what is the harm of social transitioning if they can very easily reverse back to whatever gender role or
Which means they're not
expression they
women.
had
So
before.
they're not women. They're just boys. So you just admitted they're not women. If they can very
Some of them are
easily
just
go
going to be
back-
boys,
you
but
just
some of
said they
them
can
may
very
end up to
easily
growing
go
up
back.
to be transgender women.
You said they could very easily go back to being boys, so it's not that harmful.
If they don't
They're
have
not
gender
women.
dysphoria, or if the social transitioning isn't working out for them.
And is Santa Claus real?
No.
How hard would it be for you to convince a child it was?
Well, they would have to either grow out of it or,
Grow out of
How
it.
hard would it be for you to convince a child that Santa Claus was real?
I don't know. It depends on the child. It depends on how.
If you had to
naturalistic
guess,
they
just
are
give me
about
your
things.
best guess. Give me your best guess.
Depends on the age too, right? Because like some children are like really young, they probably won't be able to change. If we're talking about like maybe
Yeah,
5,
give me
6,
your
7,
best
8.
guess, bro.
Again, it depends on the age.
Do you think that you could convince
Depends on the.
Do you think you could convince a 10-year-old Santa Claus was real?
Could you convince a 10-year-old that Santa Claus is real? Maybe.
It would probably be a lot easier than convincing a 40-year-old.
I would think it might be a little bit easier.
Yeah, 30-year-old.
might be a little bit easier. It depends on the
18-year-old,
culture also.
18-year-old.
Well, it depends on the culture too. I mean,
Which
there's
okay,
some,
well, we're talking
tribes
about the culture
believe
that
in-
we're in. We're talking about the culture
Okay.
we're in the United
Okay.
States. Do you think it's hard to convince a 10-year-old Santa Claus is real?
It's possible. Yeah, they could.
Is it
Yeah, they could
hard
convince-
to convince a 10-year-old Santa Claus is real, sir? Give me the real answer. Come on. Don't bullshit me. How hard would it be to convince a 10-year-old that a big fat guy who has elves in the North Pole flies around all year and goes down the chimney and leaves Christmas presents under your Christmas tree? How hard is that? It can't be
I mean,
hard because almost
might-
every child in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s believed that bullshit. Almost all of them believed it because kids are totally suggestible. So the question becomes, how much of this that you're talking to your child about becomes suggestion? When is it that they think, well, daddy thinks I'm a girl. Daddy thinks that I'm not correct. They look to you for guidance. You can convince kids of insane shit. In fact, I'll give you a story. Very quick story. It's an anecdote. You can dismiss it, but very quick story. Fucking with kids is hilarious. Okay. Don't get me wrong. It's really, really funny to convince them of shit that is absolutely not true. Like, for instance, one time, it was one of my kids was about 5, and I was like, don't go down into the basement. She said, why? And I said, because if you go down there, a vicious, evil monster is going to eat your face, and I'm going to laugh because I was the one who told you not to go down there. And she was like, fuck that. I'm not going down to that basement. Was there ever a vicious monster in the basement? Of course not. Of course not. Did I find it hilarious that I was able to convince this 5-year-old of this? Did I pat myself on the back? Absolutely. But the point is, you can convince kids of all sorts of irrational, nonsensical things. Their minds are like sponges. So I need to ask you, if you take into account how suggestible kids are, don't you think if you have inconclusive science that you as the parent, by just simply saying to them, let's talk about your gender, could be introducing suggestions that they would not ordinarily have in life?
So, I think the research shows that like they can actually that most of the time they end up just going back to their original gender role.
Yeah, why?
But
Why do
what-
they end up
but
going
what is the
back?
har- But what's the harm with
But
social
why do they end
transition?
up going back? You just made my point for me. Why do they end up going back?
Because it just wasn't the right diagnosis
Because
for
it
them.
was based around suggestion. And here's the thing, we have good evidence it was based around suggestion. Is it conclusive? No. It's not conclusive. I'm not going to tell you that it was, that's the reason, because it's still inconclusive, because all this science is fucking inconclusive. But you and I at least can admit kids are highly suggestible.
My point is that the evidence is inconclusive, but it should still be an option because of the risk benefit.
We don't know the
that you
risk
can get
or the
from it.
benefits because it's
You
inconclusive.
do know the risk and the benefit.
What? Okay, then
risk is self-harm
hang on.
and
I just want to know.
suicidality.
I just want to make sure I got this right. We have conclusive data. It's scientific conclusion. Is this? Can you guys hear me?
It cut off for a sec, but I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, we good? We have a scientific conclusion. I just want to make sure we have conclusive data that when you do these medical interventions, they're going to work out, right?
I think there's going to be situations where it's not going to be conclusive, but you're still going to have an option that could possibly have a better benefit.
I want to chime in here.
Prove it. Okay, prove it.
But I want to hear what Josh has to say.
Yeah, no, I want you to prove your claim.
So the claim is like there's some studies, some studies that shows that it reduces suicidality and like self-harm.
And there's other studies that say that it doesn't. That the suicidality climbs back up 20x after a small period of euphoria. Yeah.
Okay, I want to see a link to that study if you can send
Well,
it to me.
I'll
what
just
we're
tell
going
it
to
to
do
you.
is LSP has entered the chat. I am going to fix the video as OBS is now scrambled. But LSP, this is your chance since you haven't been here for quite a while, assuming you can hear me, to give an argument based on assuming that you've been listening, or maybe you wanted to give an argument before you got cut off.
I have. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear. I'll be right back.
Okay. before this whole chat, I made a joke about Jesus knowing what it's like to get dicked, and this is punishment. By God. All right. Yes, I was listening. I'm sorry. This was
wait.
this was like a lot of straw manning, and it's like funny. It's like the argument is consistently, well, it's not conclusive. Yeah, it's not conclusive. And our argument is like, it doesn't have to be. We don't care, right? We want this kind of healthcare to be accessible. And then every time we try to like ask you guys, like you stay on the way, it's sort of like him and hawing and yes and no. So I'm gonna just like make it like much fucking clearer, right? None of your arguments are an argument for banning trans-affirming healthcare. It's an argument for getting second opinions, and we're not against that, right? So we have a pretty good idea. At least you might not be satisfied. We do that trans-affirming care helps people who need it, right? Not saying it's conclusive. Not saying it's conclusive, right? If that's your debate, that it's conclusive, you
can't prove it.
Okay, I can't prove it. But we're arguing.
Then I don't care. If you can't prove your claim, I don't give a shit, bro. I don't care.
Dude, this is like sad. It's like, well, I win the debate because I don't care. It's like we're having two different debates, dog. Like,
no, we're not. We're not having two different debates. I believe that if you bring me inconclusive, data for a medical procedure, which could stunt the entirety of a human adult's life when they're children, that is a medical intervention which potentially could be non-necessary. It's not conclusive that it's necessary at all.
Is it conclusive?
Then it's fine for me to step in and say, no, you can't abuse your kids. I'm sorry. I'm not like me and Nicole. Hang on. Let me finish. You can hit me back. You can hit me back. I promise. I won't say a word. Won't say a word.
It is not your place to step in. Yeah, it
is my place to step in.
No,
I have a duty to step in.
You are not the parent of my fucking child, dog. Right? You are a guy on the. Shit, it's just. Yes. No, so what I'm complaining about is we're having two different debates. He's just saying he doesn't care because I don't have conclusive proof that like trans-affirming care like helps. I don't answer to Andrew, right? I'm talking to doctors or medical professionals who've gone to school for this, and I'm more inclined to accept their opinion than the fucking guy on the internet, right? If all he's going to do is stand on the sidelines and say, I don't care, you just want to cut your dick off, well, then he wins the fucking debate. Because I don't think what I'm fucking arguing, right? I'm saying there are certain healthcare options that people should be allowed to pursue because I don't want to live in a world where these fucking morons get to dictate what healthcare I get access to. That's fucking terrifying. This guy's a lunatic. Do people actually think this is an equal debate? I'm sorry, there we go. Sorry.
They do think it's an equal debate and they think you lost. And here's why. So here I am, stupid me, asking you to give conclusive scientific data that before you, I don't know, mutilate and stunt the growth of your child and do all sorts of horrible things to them, that you demonstrated to society. You may think that I have no claim to step in, but if you were, I don't know, molesting your child, I would step in on that too. If you were doing horrible things to your child, I would step in on all of that, and I think that I have a moral duty to do so. And I have the gun of the federal government at my back and Donald J. Trump, who was recently elected, fucker. And we're going to make damn sure that you can't hurt the kids, whether you like it or not. Welcome to authoritarianism, bitch. I hope you enjoy it.
No, I don't think anybody would enjoy your system. You sound
like well, they're already fucking enjoying it. They're already enjoying it. Go eat a fucking donut. Let the adults handle things. Go eat the donut and let adults handle things.
One thing I do want to be
sad.
sure.
It's like you have no argument, so it's like all you could say is it's.
I already beat you. You already conceded to everything. Right. There's nothing more to win. We already won.
Caveman, holy shit! All right, you win, buddy.
What we'll do is we'll jump into the Q&A, but I do want to mention. Pardon if you said it and I didn't hear it. LSP.
I cannot get the camera working. I don't know what's going on with my shit.
Not a big deal.
It's powered by gerbils.
I just didn't hear it earlier, but that was probably my fault. So glad to have you back, nonetheless, in this debate. I'm going to jump into these questions. I want to say, folks, thank you very much for your questions. If you happen to have any, you can submit them via the live chat if you tag me with @ModernDayDebate. Otherwise, Super Chat pushes your question to the top of the list. This one coming in, by the way, Josh, I know you got.
Wait, sorry. Before you start, I want to say something. It's not related to the debate or anything, but like, chat, I knew this debate was going to get spicy. So guess what? I brought the milk, chat. I brought the milk. It got spicy. It got so spicy. I brought the milk, but yeah. All right, let's go on. Sorry.
You should feel so fucking terrible for that joke, dude. Even Nicole, the woman in the room, is cringing at how cringe that shit was that you just did, you socially awkward degenerate. Stop
Oh,
it.
it's definitely
Stop
cringe.
it. Stop
It's
it.
definitely
For the
cringe.
love of God,
No, I
stop
live
it.
for cringe.
We'll jump into the Q&A. With that, Josh, as you mentioned, we got to go in 23 minutes, so we're going to move fast. Sunflower says, this debate is about freedom versus control. They say this is what LSP says. Then he says, why can't people be transracial then? Is that topic also about freedom versus control?
Okay, is that a question for me?
Yes.
I kind of think I'm inclined to think it is, right? This is like an entirely new phenomenon. So you got people like Rachel Dolezal, who actually has seen a therapist that's kind of affirmed this condition. I think there's actually been other documented cases. It seems ridiculous on its face, but there are doctors looking into this. I don't see any reason why we should nix that field of study. Like, I don't
Is
know
it
what freedom of control. Like,
conclusive?
what are you going
Bro,
to
is
show
it
here? Like saying you're
conclusive,
not really
bro?
black? Like,
Is
no,
it conclusive that Rachel Dolezal is black, bro?
This one.
You fucking
This
stupid fuck.
Coming in from
Okay.
Satan, they say, if I disguise my dog as a cat and it responds excitedly to me calling it cat, is it still a dog or is it a cat? Is naming convention the only measure? So they, I think this is for LSP and Classy. They say, if I disguise my dog as a cat and it responds excitedly to me calling it cat. In other words, like he dresses up his dog as a cat, and then he starts calling it a cat, and it responds excitedly to him when he calls it a cat. Is it
This is
still a
like so
dog?
boring.
Hold it. Will you shut up so I can finish this? Is
I'm
it
sorry.
still a dog? It's very rude to interrupt people. It says, is it still a dog or is it a cat? Is naming
Yeah.
convention the only measure?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. My audio cut out when I was trying to respond to that the first time, and then it just cut back in. I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. No problem. That happens.
My everything's fucked on my shit. No, it's just like such a boring argument because it's like it's just so obsessed with like the semantics of things. Like, no, your dog is not a cat, right? We have these words; they mean separate things. Nobody's arguing that. I don't know how to engage with that. Like, if your fascination with saying trans women aren't, here's what I'll say. You want to say trans women aren't women? Fine. Trans women aren't women. They ain't men. They don't behave like men. They don't act like men. They don't identify like men. They don't dress like men. There is something else with them. You want to say there's a biological component to being man or woman? There's also a neurobiological component to being a man or a woman. And trans women aren't men by that metric alone. The fact they don't identify as men makes them not men, right? Like Nicole over here, dude. There's an egg around that guy. That's what I'm saying, right?
Then the fact that I identify as a tree makes me not a man.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. Thank you.
No, it is. It is actually what you just said was the fact that they don't identify as men makes them not men. If that is the case, why can't I logically extend that to if I identify as a tree, I'm not a man either?
This is like the most boring debate. It's like you didn't listen to a
No,
thing
you
I said.
don't. You don't
like,
have an
it's just
answer. You don't have an
semantic.
answer.
No,
Give me
I
the
don't have an
fucking
answer.
answer. Stop.
It's the
Give me
exact
the
same answer I
answer.
gave with dog. Like, it's the same exact answer I gave with dog. If you didn't
Yeah,
catch
you
the
got
answer I gave
nothing.
with dog, I don't know what to do for you.
You
buddy.
got nothing. You got nothing.
You're right. I got nothing. All right, you win. I got nothing.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Even Lord says, is it better to talk slow and clear or fast and mumbled? Also, if I want to get into debating, where is a good place to start and learn the rules? I'll answer that at the end, so I want to stay focused on the debate. They said, is it better to talk slow and clear or fast and mumbled?
I think it's about me. Yeah, I definitely talked way too fast in the beginning for my intro, and I think I was just scared that like I was gonna run out of time. But I think it's a good idea to speak slow and clear. The only thing is, if you can speak fast and clear, it makes you look like a really good debater. So that's why like people like Ben Shapiro or even Destiny like have this like good debate bro, sort of like image of themselves because they can speak fast and clear. Yeah.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Even Lord also asks, if a person has recovered from a traumatic event through believing in Christianity and is an active evangelist, is it immoral to not affirm their God?
Who is that question for?
I
Does
think it's
anyone?
for you or Classy, whichever one would like to take it, or both.
Oh, I don't know what you like. You're morally obligated. You should just respect their beliefs. Like if they want to believe in God, more power to you.
No,
Like,
but if you don't
I
believe
don't
in
want to
my
get in the way of
God,
that.
I'm going to kill myself.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh,
Rip-
well then I guess
rip
you
you.
don't. So when it comes down
Yeah,
to
like I said, this comes
you
down to
affirming my
freedom versus
truth,
control.
you affirming my truth, that's not okay. I have to affirm your truth. And the threat of if you don't, I'll kill myself doesn't seem to work in this instance against you. It only works in this
You're
instance
right.
against me.
I'm not asking
so
you to affirm that any truth about anything, buddy. You're entitled to your opinions. I'm just telling you to get the fuck out of the way. If you hadn't picked that up yet, I don't know what to do. We've been doing
Oh
this for like an
yeah,
hour
got
now.
him, got him.
This one from Strudel Slayer. Unless, Classy, if you ever want to respond, because sometimes you can both respond to a question, just jump in. Just
yeah,
say, hey,
can I
James.
just respond? I want to say something real quick. So I actually disagree with LSP on this point because I think the research shows that like people who like believe in God and religion and like you let them like use that as like part of the treatment, it actually helps them. So like no, I wouldn't in any way like tell them that like they're wrong when it comes to if it actually
But I
would
need
help
you
them.
to affirm it. I need you to say Jesus Christ is the Lord God. I need you to say Jesus Christ is Lord God. If you don't, then there's at least a small percentage that it's going to increase the chances that I'm going to unalive myself. Now say it. Say it. Say Jesus Christ is God. Say it. Why won't you say it, bro? Why won't you say it, bro? Why?
Okay, Jesus Christ is God. Feel better?
I mean,
This one
I don't feel like you didn't say it with conviction. You said it snidely. Can you say it with conviction? Can you convince me that you actually believe Jesus Christ is God?
Oh, Lordy, Jesus Christ is Lord.
You see how you mock me and my beliefs, and that makes me want to unlive myself. Why won't you just capitulate? Why won't you just capitulate?
I don't know how much more I could capitulate. I said what you wanted twice, and you're still whining.
This one coming in from Strudel Slayer says, Andrew, thanks for your kind words, Strudel Slayer. Says, Andrew, I'm a Democrat personally. However, listening to your arguments makes me more Republican when it comes to my daughters. How do I find that balance?
Don't find any balance. Move over to the dark side immediately. We need you over here in the worst way. Fuck these Democrat scumbags. You can see exactly what they are. They're idiots. They have no idea what they're talking about. They will actually put kids on puberty blockers because even though there's inconclusive science by their own metrics, because it makes them feel better. These people are fucking insane. Stop it immediately. Go over to the conservative side. That's where me and I'll put it in quotes, Nicole are at the moment.
This one coming in from
Dude, this is an angry guy, dog. Like, holy shit.
Richie Constitution.
I'd feel a lot better if I had. The problem is I have such a caloric deficit. Let me go take care of that, and then I'll be happy like you.
Richie
Please,
Constitution says, can I identify as a black female if I really feel like one? Should people treat me like one if I say I am? Or just female but not black? Please explain. I'll read it again. So this is for Classy or LSP. They say, can I identify as a black female if I really feel like one? I'm assuming this is a white guy. They say, he's a cracker. So they say, should
I don't know
people
what the
treat me like...
criteria is for dog, I ain't your doctor. Go see a fucking doctor and ask that question.
I think that Classy, any thoughts? They say, should people treat me like one if I say I am a black woman, or just female but not black? Please let me know why, one or the other.
I don't have a response.
You got it. LSP, one more time, bouncing it back to you. No response.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I ain't your doctor, dude. I don't really care if you go, like, I don't know how to treat you. Go see a doctor about you being identifying as one race.
You got it.
Like, I don't really have much of a response to that. It's like, yeah.
If his doctor declared him black and he was, I don't know, born in Western Europe from a long line of Western Europeans and looked very similar to, I don't know, me, would you say his doctor was wrong?
If his doctor said he was black, is his doctor wrong? Is that your question?
And he looked exactly like me.
Or
Nicole.
sure.
You would say his doctor was wrong?
Yeah, I would just say it's transracial. Like, if I don't know what the term is, but that would be the term I would adopt. It's a transracial person. But
Oh,
if you're
shoot.
obsessed with the semantic debate, is he really black? Well, he identifies as black. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it really
Nicole,
depends on how he presents ultimately.
I'm sorry,
Well,
Josh,
if your
aka
doctor
Nicole.
tells you you're black, can you say the N word?
Yeah, you can say the N word. Go nuts.
Oh, okay, great.
Nicole, I did not realize that you were trying to speak for a long time. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been muted for at least half an hour, 20 minutes, and it's just weird because I was probably speaking for maybe 10 to 15% of the total debate time, while a couple other people probably spoke for 50 to 70% of it. So I just think it's kind of weird. I mean, I gave up 2 hours of my night to be here, and I think I, you know, articulated some good arguments, and so it's just really odd that my mic's been muted and I got about 10% of the total time to speak. I also had multiple points that I wanted to make, but other people were given 5 to 10 times the amount of speaking time. So
I
I just
want
think
to
that,
just to clarify, I do want to be
yeah,
clear that
please do.
that was. Are you gonna let me talk?
Yeah, please do.
Is that was not on purpose. So I do sincerely
Oh.
apologize, and we'll give you all the time right now because I know you have to go. So if you want the next 12 minutes, it is all yours because I did make a mistake there. So I am sorry. I honestly just didn't notice because for some reason, oh, you know what it was? Okay, earlier in the debate, I muted everybody and I forgot that. But yes, it means that I have to undo it for each of you in order for you to talk again. But go ahead, Josh.
So a lot of the people are trying to, especially LSP, are trying to cavalierly dismiss very good questions and very good arguments that are saying, hey, if we're going to say that confused men magically become women because they think they are, then you also must accept the fact that confused white people who think they're black are black. And are we going to accept that absurd conclusion and that absurd reality? And he kind of laughs it off and tries to cavalierly dismiss it and say, I'm not going to have this argument. This is stupid. The same analogy was made when it came to the dog. If a dog, is constantly called a cat or vice versa, and it starts responding to it, does the dog magically become a cat because of it? What all of these questions are trying to get at is kind of the fulcrum of this whole trans movement argument, which is just because you have an erroneous belief does not make that belief true or factual. And I think it's interesting that instead of answering the questions, he just tries to kind of laugh it off and say, this is crazy. He likes to use a lot of curse words. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. These are the questions that have to be asked when you are taking the side that men can magically become women because they are confused. The onus is on you to answer those questions. Those are ridiculous questions, but because you are arguing that men can become women, you have to answer them. And Classy Neurotic and LSP have demonstrated that they can't answer the questions about a transracial man or a trans dog or a trans cat. And obviously the points that all of the commentators are making and the people watching this and that me and Andrew have been making is it's an impossible proposition. You're arguing something impossible, which is just because someone has a deluded belief doesn't make that deluded belief true. And so I would just encourage them to get better arguments and stop laughing it off. I would also argue that it's not kind and compassionate to encourage somebody's false beliefs. What's kind and compassionate is to disabuse them of those beliefs, especially when it comes to children. Now, Andrew made a good analogy to kids and how impressionable they are with Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. Also, what's been demonstrated in interrogations is when men who are falsely accused of something are given a lot of suggestible questions, or the questions are loaded by the investigators, that can elicit a lot of false confessions because even adults are open to suggestibility. Even adults can start believing something that's not true when they are lied to or when they are led a certain way with loaded questions. And that's what makes this whole thing so dangerous, especially as relates to children. Because if adults can be led astray and adults can be convinced and persuaded of something that's fallacious, that applies even much more so to little children. And I think that's why me and Andrew are arguing that even if you don't want them to take hormones or puberty blockers or anything, and you just want them to be spoken to, and you just want medical professionals to talk to them, that is still dangerous. That can still be deleterious. That is still pernicious because of how open to suggestion and how malleable not just children but even adults are. And so I would argue that even talking to kids about this is egregious and reprehensible. Now, LSP also made a lot of points about you're not the parent of my kid. LSP, that's how me and Andrew feel. You are not the parent of our kid. How dare you and the trans movement try to brainwash them into a deluded belief that they can become the opposite sex because they're confused? How dare you have Drake's Story Hour? How dare you have them reading books about this stuff? You are not the parent of our kids. That is where we are coming from. We want you to keep your hands off of our kids and stop feeding them disingenuous stuff. And so I would argue that if anyone has an argument about keeping your hands off of the kids, it's the people who don't want you trying to convince our kids of a false belief and getting them to mutilate themselves. So keep your fucking hands off of our kids. That's where we're coming from. Do you understand?
Fucking base.
Can I respond to that? Or do we got to get to the other question?
I'd like to respond. Go ahead.
Dog, I don't want to put my hand on your fucking kid. It's weird for the Catholics to be talking about putting hands on kids, but never mind that.
It's a figure of
Your whole
speech.
argument, this entire time is I'm arguing that men magically become women. I ain't arguing that at all, dog. You are shadow boxing a
They're
straw
men.
man. I don't know
So
what
they're
you're saying.
men.
Okay,
They're
fine.
men.
They're men. They're men. They're
Yes.
men. Okay. All I'm arguing is that
Exactly.
these people that you want to call men for this silly semantic reason,
They're
right?
men.
They are trans people. They have a certain
That's what
gender
you call them.
identity that's incongruous. Fine, you don't want to call them that, whatever. They have a gender identity that's incongruous with their sex. This kind of
You
healthcare
think
helps.
they do.
It's not your
You
business.
think
That's
they
all I'm
do.
saying.
You don't know what's in a kid's brain. You don't know what's in a kid's brain. You think
Only
they're
the kid knows what's in the kid's brain. I'm not arguing I know what's in a kid's brain, dipshit. Holy shit.
Stay away from the
You have been
kids, creep.
straw manning me all fucking day. You
Stay away
realize
from
that?
the kids, creepo.
Oh. Okay. I just there are people who find this entertaining. You're arguing with a straw man. I just figured somebody might like to actually have a debate here.
You're the one trying to proselytize little kids. The onus is on you to prove your point. You failed miserably at it.
All right,
but
no,
I
you
can't
got
say
me. I
I'm
want to turn all the
surprised.
kids trans. I'm out to get your kids. I'm going to turn them all fucking trans. You got me.
This one
Your
comes
words.
in.
Yep.
Fat ass dog says, question for LSP and classy neurotic. Says, if you're comfortable with quote trans women unquote using bathrooms with biological women, aren't you guys concerned with possible risks like increase in sexual assault?
Not necessarily, because I don't think there's any like data to show that trans women commit sexual assault.
Is it inconclusive?
The data
Is the
shows that they're
data
far
inconclusive?
the data shows they're far more likely to be victims of sexual assault than perpetrators of sexual assault. If they had examples of like trans women actually raping people in bathrooms, maybe a different story. But we really don't have this, right? And the idea that like if you pass a law that bans trans people in bathrooms, that's going to stop rapes. It seems silly. If somebody wants to rape a woman in the bathroom, they're going to go to the bathroom to rape a woman. That seems very obvious.
That's our argument. That's our argument.
Okay.
They're going to go to the bathroom and do it. Correct. And they might dress up as a woman.
This one coming in from Made by Jim Bob says, if gender and sex are distinct, can a female be a trans woman? If no, why not?
I'm not necessarily sure that gender and sex are distinct. They clearly go hand in hand in some significant way. They overlap. Gender just tends to be the social traits we associate with.
Can a female be a trans woman?
Is a
I don't know. Yeah,
prerequisite of
sure,
being a
whatever.
trans woman that
Hang on,
you
hang
be a
on. I just
man?
want to make sure. I just want to make sure I get
Yeah,
the
sure.
answer
No,
of
whatever
yeah,
answer you want.
a
Right?
female
Whatever
can be
answer
a
makes you
trans
work
woman.
with worse.
Whatever answer
Yeah.
I want, you just gave
Yeah,
up.
whatever answer I want. Yeah,
You
I
just
give up.
gave
A
up.
prerequisite to being a trans woman is you have to be a man. So no, Andrew, women can't be trans women because a prerequisite is you have to be a
How
man.
fucking dare you, sir, tell me what a woman can or can't be? You're unbelievable. You know what? Why don't you, go make yourself a fucking drink or say, get the fuck out of here. Your transphobia is not acceptable on this platform, this modern day debate. They are the equal opportunity to everybody. You ridiculous fuck. Unbelievable.
It's like I showed up to a pro wrestling match. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but how do you show up to something you think is fake and still lose?
I know it's
This
a
one
miracle.
from Fat Ass Dogs says another question for Classy and LSP. Do you guys respect your female relatives? If so, how would you feel if a biological male competed against them in whatever sport they play?
Yes, I do have female relatives, and I might feel odd about it, which is why I'm not necessarily against oversight for like having like a trans women compete in women's sports. It seems like you could obviously run into some issues with that. I'm not against oversight. What I'm not in favor of is like outright bans. I think you should probably handle it on a more case by case basis because that seems to be smarter. Not all trans women are like built like like Buck Angel. Some of them are built pretty small and slender and look like a woman in every other sign. Like they have the same size. So
Buck Angel's a trans man, buddy.
yeah, that's what I
Buck
just
Angel's
said.
a trans man.
They're not all built like Buck Angel, is what I said.
But
Thanks.
he's a trans man. He's a woman.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a biological woman. He's a trans man. You're conflating the two. Why would they be built
Okay,
like
fine.
that?
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay, not all women are built like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Some of them are small. There, you happy?
Well, I'm not happy, and I want to jump in, James, because let's talk about, brain to phallus chemistry, the endocrine system of men. Let's talk about male patterns of violence. Let's talk about the pelvic structure. Let's talk about the muscular structure. All of these things are important. It doesn't matter what kind of costume you have on. Physiologically, you are still a man, and those things don't change. Your pelvis isn't changing, your wingspan isn't changing, your endocrine system isn't changing, especially because the scientific and medical guidelines say that to be trans and to be valid, you don't have to get surgery, you don't have to take hormones, you don't have to even transition or have gender dysphoria to be valid. So yes, we do have a lot of dudes who look like dudes walking around claiming they're women, competing against women, so it is a problem.
Okay, I didn't deny it was a problem. I said I wanted government oversight. Thanks, though.
This one from Jean. Let's see. I do know that, like I said, Nicole, aka Josh. I want to give you any last time because I know you have to go on a hard cutoff. Any last thoughts that you did want to share before you do have to log off?
Well, I'll stick around. I'll stick around.
Hey,
It's
thanks
totally
for
okay.
that, man. You've been a great debate partner this evening. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Thanks, Andrew.
It's totally okay if you have to go. And like, I'm sincerely sorry for being so hard on you earlier tonight.
Well, hang on. In James's defense, so this was kind of a bizarre setup that the poor guy had to deal with. At one point, LSP had to disconnect because of that. He was trying to keep it fair with the time from Classy. That's a really hard position to be in. So maybe we can give him a little bit of slack, huh?
Yeah, and I'm sorry about my Zoom fucking up.
Yeah, no, I'm
what's going on there.
hang on. I'm asking my debate partner, who was epic this evening. Maybe we can cut him a little slack, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think LSP's camera identified as being on, so it's all right. We'd have to ask it.
This one coming from Jean Michael B says, so Doc gave you male bones at birth. Got it.
What? He's asking, did the doctor give you male bones at birth?
I think
Great
so.
question. Great question.
No, I don't think the doctor gives you your bones. He might say you have the bones of a male, but
You got it. This one coming in from Joshua Jamie says, not all trans people suffer from gender dysphoria. If you're comfortable with your sex and are transgender, you don't have gender dysphoria.
Yeah, so
I'm
the
sorry, I didn't mean
medical
to interrupt.
the medical guidelines make it clear that you don't have to have gender dysphoria. And this is the issue that I think me and Andrew and a lot of other people have with it, right? Is that the guidelines make it easy for anyone to self-identify as trans. A lot of trans people do have gender dysphoria, but you don't have to have it. It's not a prerequisite. And as I said earlier, you also don't have to take hormones, don't have to have surgery, don't even have to transition to be valid. All of the medical guidelines uniformly and unequivocally state you just have to articulate a gender identity that differs from what they say your assigned sex at birth, which we all know is a euphemism for your sex at birth. It's assigned because that's what you are, which goes back to the question you just asked, which says, does the doctor assign your muscle structure? Does the doctor assign your XY chromosomes? Does the doctor assign your tissue in your pelvis? Like, come on, you're assigned it because that's what you are. But they have to go through these torturous and mind-bending mental gymnastics for them to argue what they're trying to argue. And it's kind of sad to watch them play these semantical games and go through these mental and verbal cartwheels just to make it all make sense. And it's nauseating. And I think me and Andrew are getting tired of it because we all know what's happening here. You're not assigned a sex at birth. You either are a man, a woman, or a truly intersex person.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Joshua Jamie says, Josh says invoking intersex people is a non sequitur, then invokes eating disorders.
Well, I think I was arguing that I can't remember exactly.
Yeah,
what
way
it
to
was.
say, yeah, this was an internal critique. So when he says it's a non sequitur, he's correct. When he's doing an internal critique of when somebody else says this is A, B, or C, that would be correct. Actually, you, the chatter, you are making the category error. He can do an internal critique on somebody else's position. It does not affect his position, dummy.
They say, Joshua Jamie also says, not all trans people suffer from gender dysphoria. If you're comfortable with your sex and are transgender, you don't have gender dysphoria.
Yeah, I think you just asked that, and I just answered that. If I'm not incorrect.
I'm sorry. Bitter Truth says, homo isn't a preference for one's own sex isn't disease, but hypothalamus in their brain neurons designed differently due to epigenetic mutations in X chromosomes and other factors. That's
completely
why...
inconclusive. The evidence for this is totally inconclusive.
Oh, hold on. Let me
Everything.
just finish the one. They say that's why hypothalamus smaller. So please accept them, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is completely inconclusive. And by the way, this is an old feminist argument. When feminists used to say you cannot map the brain on because women's brains are 10% smaller and say that they're different from men's brains. Now suddenly we're trying to map these brains as a one-to-one. There is no mapping of what a female brain is. Total bullshit. Right? All of the brain mapping science is total. Not only is it inconclusive, but every single study that you will see is we need more data. We cannot come up with a conclusion from what we have, either even post-mortem, even after they're dead, and nobody can argue with their conclusion. They still say we cannot come up with a conclusion when it comes to scanning brains. And I can do this with every single study you have. They're all inconclusive, every single one of them.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Joshua Jamie says, how can we trust Andrew has the most recent research on transgender women when he still thinks they are homosexual men against the most recent research?
Yeah, well, what recent research? In fact, all recent research says that affirming care itself can be problematic. And we see this in Western Europe. I can give you multiple studies on this, but not only that, the thing, it's like this has never been in dispute that a bunch of dudes with dicks put on wigs and want you to call them women. Nobody, in fact, neither of our debate partners have even bothered to try to dispute this. They just say that the gender fairy is stuffing the wrong soul in the wrong body. They're a bunch of materialists. They literally can't even make that claim absent conclusive scientific data because they are materialists. They can't even get into the idea that philosophically there's some sort of like gay soul or a trans soul. They can't even make those claims. That's out of their purview, right? You people are fucking insane. You want normal people like me, normal people like Josh, to believe in absolute insanity. It's absolute insanity. While at the same time, our opponents go, "Oh, well, yeah, you're mean, you're cruel, you're an authoritarian." Bullshit. I'm not going to let you abuse your children, especially not on my tax-paid dime, because that's where it always goes every single time. Not only do we need gender-affirming care, but you need to pay for it. Fuck that. Not only am I not going to pay for it, but we're going to stop you from doing it, you crazy motherfucker. We're going to stop it.
Can I just jump in here too, James?
Yes.
There's a big distinction, and I think we need to mention it, between saying somebody is allowed to have an erroneous belief. We allow people to be anorexic and to think they're fat when they're not. We allow schizophrenic people to be untreated and think the FBI is tailing them. These people, though, don't demand our and our children's active participation in their delusions and in their live action role playing. So anyone's free to believe whatever they want. Me and Andrew, I think I can speak for Andrew. You know, if you're a dude that thinks you're a woman and you're very confused and mentally ill, you have a right in America to think that. We take umbrage at the fact that you want us and our children's active participation in your deluded beliefs. Now, no other.
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise, we're gonna kill ourselves, right? That's the thing, right?
Right.
It's like it's total emotional hostage taking. Lie to us or else. Fuck that shit.
No other group, no other mentally ill group emotionally blackmails people into actively participating in their delusions except the trans cult, which is not satisfied being deluded, but they need all of us to genuflect at the altar of the trans cult. Me and Andrew's position is very simple. No, we won't. And I think that's very fair for us to say.
Can I just point out, they've been saying that like all debate, and nobody's been arguing against that. Yeah, you're free to believe whatever you want.
Your movement is demanding it, so get acquainted with your movement. Get reacquainted with your movement.
With me, perhaps, but yeah, if you want to debate like a cardboard cutout of a movement, you know,
get reacquainted with your entire movement.
You realize you're just strawmanning me. Like, do you even give a shit?
I have to repeat myself because you're stupid and retarded because you believe men can magically become women and we all have to participate.
I said don't believe that several times. I don't. You're just shadow boxing a straw man.
He's not though. He's not.
I don't believe men can magically become women.
No. But when you said he strawmanned your position, when he's talking about the emotional blackmail, which comes with affirm us or else, you actually brought that up during your arguments. You said because the rates of suicidality increase, so that's something we should look at. So did your debate partner. That is emotional hostage taking. So don't say you don't care what we think. You very fucking clearly care what we think. If you didn't, you wouldn't be demanding we affirm these people, or else they're going to hurt themselves. It's emotional hostage taking. And by the way, you are lying.
Okay.
What you're doing right now is called a lie.
I don't know how many different times I can say it. I don't give a shit if you affirm them. Okay, it ain't your business. That's what I've been saying this entire debate. You can believe whatever you want. You don't want to affirm? Don't fucking affirm them. You want to say, oh, well, they can't magically, they'll never be women. They're mentally ill. I don't give a shit.
But why should we?
That's all
But why should we affirm? You don't have to affirm them. So we shouldn't? So we shouldn't?
Well, then
we don't want to
out of our schools.
No, of course I want to affirm them.
Get out of our schools.
I want to make life as healthy as like humanly possible for as many people as possible, right?
Then get out of our schools.
To do that involves giving people access to healthcare and resources they need to better improve their mental health outcomes. And all I'm arguing is that people who have these kinds of conditions and want to explore options to better themselves should be allowed to do that. And all you're doing is shadowboxing a strong man and saying,
I'll tell you what, if you think
you're saying that like, oh, you just want to diddle kids. You're saying you can
nobody said that.
All you guys have been doing is straw.
I never said anything about diddling kids. Totally made up. Yeah, that's true because that's the entailment of your position. I'll tell you what though, after MDD is done here, if you want to come on to the channel or I'll come on to yours, we can continue the debate 1v1. I won't straw man shit.
No.
This one coming in.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so. I didn't fucking think so.
They always start off with You're mistaken. It's an isolated incident. No, we don't want to do this. No, you guys have it all wrong. We simply want to provide a safe space for people. And then with these people, if you give them an inch, they take 100 miles. We now know that's all a bunch of bullshit. They don't want to just have a safe space for mentally ill people. If they did, they wouldn't need a movement. What they wanted and what they needed a movement for was to get into schools, get into curriculum, demand our active participation in their belief system. And like a cult, if you don't, they will try to end you. So do not believe LSP, Classy Neurotic, or any other person that says they're not trying to do the most and all they want is a safe space. You know that's a lie, and the rest of us know it's a lie. They'll never be satisfied.
Bitter Truth
I
says
think you gotta
classy.
chill. I think you need to drink some milk.
Bitter Truth says classy. Why same gender brain hypothalamus size smaller than others?
Why am I saying that the hypothalamus size is like smaller than others? I don't know if I said that. Yeah, there are some differences. Regarding like the brain scans. I don't understand. It's a weird point, but
Are there
I think they're
differences
saying-
between men and women brains?
there probably is. Yeah.
Yeah, there probably is. Do you think that because women have 10% smaller brains, they're not as smart?
I don't think so. I think the evidence shows that their IQs are equal, like average.
No, well,
IQs
not
are
on,
equal
no,
between
not on
men
the
and
bell
women.
curve. It doesn't show it on the bell curve. It shows, in fact, that men at the edges are much smarter than women. Will you acknowledge that that's true?
That's probably true, but I think on
It's probably
average it's
true.
about the same. Yeah.
So all feminist doctrine, we get to throw it out the window. I love that shit. All right.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Joshua Jamie says, Andrew doesn't care. He's wrong about trans women being homosexual men because it's irrelevant. Yet we'll spend the whole debate talking about trans care, which is irrelevant to if trans people exist.
Agreed. So let me just kind of give this particular commenter his due and proper, or her due and proper, or whatever. The debate prompt was what it was. We had an early concession. We're not going to leave James without a debate. And so whatever these guys wanted to debate, wherever they wanted to go, we went there. You can't get upset with me because we had an early concession to the debate and I continued to create content for my friend James. I don't understand what you would be upset about. We had multiple debates inside of the kind of micro of what the debate topic was. So be mad. I don't care.
I have a question that's been bugging me this whole time. Sorry, James. Classy, how do you know which one of your parents is your father and which one's your mother?
Well, that's actually interesting because I was raised under a single mother, so I wouldn't know who my father is. So yeah.
How do you know it's your mother?
I mean, we can do like some sort of genetic test or something like that.
How did you know your mother is your mother?
Because she assumed the roles as my mother.
Oh my God! You know that's a lie. You're being disingenuous.
So
You know
if your mom assumed the
Wait.
roles of your father, she'd be your father.
Yeah, is that what you're saying? Did she take on the role of your absent father? Is she a man now?
In a sense, yeah. In a sense, she kind of did.
He is a man. Your mother's a
He's not a
man
man,
because
but-
she took on the roles of your
Well,
absent
I would
father.
I would like you to tell that gentleman good day. Tell that gentleman on behalf of me and Josh, he was a stand-up guy.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Lobster says, to the right, hypothetically, if the science was conclusive that trans care benefited everyone who got it, would you still be against it?
Nope, not at all. In fact, I'd be the first one for it. Show me the conclusive science in any sociological sciences. Absolutely, I'll affirm all of it as long as it's actually conclusive. And it's never going to be, because this is absurd. At this point, by the way, in human history, what's really funny is that most of us know it's absurd. We've been dealing with it for a long time. We know it's bullshit. You'll never be able to get actual conclusive science out of this because all that's going on is you're trying to affirm the thing you currently believe, which is the opposite of science. Science is supposed to have a hypothesis which can be falsified. That's it. You can falsify the hypothesis or not. And what's happening here is the opposite. What's going on is they're trying to do science which then affirms their hypothesis. That's why you're never going to get conclusive science. It's all bullshit.
This one coming
James,
in
can I
from
ask you a question real quick?
yes.
Andrew, what would it take for you're like it can never be conclusive, but then you're like, show me the conclusive. What would it take for something to be conclusive for you?
For me, there would have to be mass scientific consensus over an elongated period of time, which could be demonstrated in the material world, and wouldn't just be philosophical. So science really can't negate philosophy. It can't negate claims like that. That's not what it's there to do. It's only there to give you a material answer to a material hypothesis. When you can give me one of those, I'm absolutely happy to listen to you. I'm thrilled to listen to you. There is some things, by the way, if you think I'm bad faith here, you're wrong. There are many things here which have been presented to me from the trans radical movement from a scientific basis that I've been willing to look at happily. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong. I think that science can provide us a lot of material answers. I just think that you guys most certainly can't. And the inconclusive science at this point, which is a sociological one, which suffers from a replication crisis, and then two, you have this paramount problem that it is the advocates of transgenderism itself, which fund a lot of these studies. They are truly just trying to affirm their bias. This is a problem inside of social sciences. It has been for a long time. Both of you guys, by the way, you know this. You can look up the replication crisis. You know this for sure.
Well, it's a problem in biomedical research as well.
Yeah, and medical research as well. But what's the second appeal? The second appeal is to have medical researchers change definitions, things like this. It is a problem in the medical field and in sociology. Those are the major fields in which the replication crisis affects soft sciences. It's a big problem, and one that it almost seems is insurmountable because most of it is politically based now. Psychology, sociology, medical science. We're not really looking at just falsifying or confirming a hypothesis through a experiment that we can produce over and over again. Now what we're doing is we'll go get a new control group if we need to affirm our own bias.
Okay, Andrew, let's like commit to all that being true. Would you suggest? How would you suggest we treat trans people then?
Well, so the thing is that you and I have a distinct delineation here. I don't think that is good to affirm the delusions of somebody who says they're the Queen of France. I would just tell them that they're not and that they're wrong. And even at gunpoint, meaning they put the proverbial gun to their head and said, if you affirm it, if you don't affirm it, I will unalive myself. And that seems like a self-correcting problem.
Okay, I don't feel like you really answered my question. My question
actually, I did. So here, I don't think I think with what you consider to be trans people, that we should treat them like we would any other person who demands that you lie to them to affirm their delusion and not do that. That's what I think.
Okay, when you say it's a self-correcting problem, is it a good thing that trans people kill themselves?
No, I didn't say it's good. I said self-correcting. Do you understand the distinction? Is it a problem we should
fix?
Yes, I think that we should mitigate if we can trans people harming themselves. Yes, but it can't be at the expense of you harming us.
Sure. Okay. Then how do we prevent them from harming themselves?
How do we treat them? You put them in institutions and treat them like we used to with mentally ill people. Instead, you've recategorized this as a non-institutionalizing mental illness, which is not a good idea.
Okay, so you want to take trans people and put them in the institutions.
Yes, so that they can get proper treatment, just like we would any other delusional person.
Okay, what is that treatment in the institution? We've locked all the trans people in institutions now.
Yeah, so it would vary, but you would look at this like those people who want to cut their limbs off. They often want to cut their own limbs off for the purpose of affirming that they should only have, one arm or one leg or whatever it is. You do everything in your power for years to convince them out of that, to try various drugs in order to treat that. You do everything that you can do to stop them from cutting off the limb.
Okay, I'm still lost. How do you treat trans people exactly in the institution?
I just explained it to you. I'm
like
not
any other mentally ill person.
So I'm not. If you're asking,
well, you give them this medicine, you give them this medicine.
But so you're asking. So here, let me fire back. If I was going to replace a circuit breaker in a house, what type of circuit breaker would you recommend I used?
I don't know, dog.
Yeah, you don't know, but you do know you need a circuit breaker. So the thing is like you don't have to know what the specifics of the treatment are. That's not relevant. You do know that these
Okay.
people need treatment. That is relevant.
Sure.
And
Let's
in
say
your case, you say, yes, I agree with you, Andrew. They need treatment, right? But I can't give you any sort of conclusive data on what type of treatment they need. And it's like, okay, that's fair enough. You can't give me any conclusive data and I can't back, but we know these people are fucked up. We can at least agree on that.
Okay.
Yeah,
You've taken all these trans people, you've put them in an institution, right? If the doctors are like, okay, we got to treat these people with gender affirming care, are you against that?
If the doctors themselves, so there could be a case, an isolated case, for instance, where somebody said they were the Queen of France, and the doctors know it's not true, but for some reason inside the mental asylum, they decided that that would be a good treatment course. There's a distinction between that and me even granting that that could be, and you demanding that people on the street also treat them as the Queen of France. That's the distinction. And so the answer to you would be if you really wanted to expand freedom and you really wanted to expand sovereignty, then you would not demand that Christians lie.
Okay, I'm going to ask my question again.
I just answered it,
They're
bro.
you didn't. You went on some rant about what you strawman me again. And
I'll make it hyper specific. Whatever your
like,
question is, I'll make it hyper specific. The answer. Go ahead.
Okay, my question was, you put them in institution. A doctor says these trans people who are you've just institutionalized, they need to be transitioned with gender affirming care.
Yeah.
Do you stop that?
Yeah. Yeah. In the hospital, perhaps not. In the public, yes. Is that simple enough?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Okay, hang on. Did I answer that specifically enough for you?
Yes, this time it's specific enough. I appreciate
Okay, even though I said the exact same thing, I just want to let you know I said the same thing. I just gave you the reasoning behind the thing that I just said. That's all.
Okay,
I just want to tell you what we don't do. And as sensible, rational adults, something we should all agree on. What we don't do is we don't demand the active participation of adults and children in mentally ill people's delusions. We don't demand that people lie and affirm these people's delusions. We don't allow mentally ill men into women's spaces.
Can I actually give an example here? Like, okay, let's say I was dating one of Josh's daughters, and I called him up, and I said, either your daughter keeps dating me, or I'm gonna blow my brains out. What would you recommend, LSP?
Okay, first, what is he, like 30?
Answer my question, bro.
What would I confirm to blow your brains out, please?
Yeah, right, exactly, because it's a self-correcting problem, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome, buddy.
Again, we can't, it's okay for you to be mentally ill. It's okay for people to go untreated with their mental illness. Me and Andrew just don't think you should be allowed to forcibly demand our participation in your delusions, and that our wives and daughters need to be sacrificial lambs for mentally ill men. That is peak male hegemony. That is peak misogyny. And I think most people can agree it's ridiculous. If you have an erroneous and deluded belief, that's fine. You need to deal with it in therapy or in a psychiatric institution or in some kind of setting that does not demand our wives and children's active participation. We are sick and tired of it. It's a zero-sum game when you force us to play that game of, I'm gonna unalive myself if your wife doesn't let me into her sports league or your wife doesn't let me into her bathroom. Stop with the emotional blackmail, stop with demanding our participation, and start treating these people in a psychiatric setting. I don't need to detail, delineate it, or adumbrate it for you. All I know is it needs to be dealt with in a psychiatric setting like any other false and deluded belief.
But I am okay with them kicking the shit out of the women's leagues. I'm not gonna lie, Josh. Like, I'm fine with it. They voted for it. Josh, let them deal with it. Josh, let them deal with it.
There's a question about the psychiatric setting. Like, how much do you think it would cost taxpayers to?
I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. Stop invading women's reserved spaces and stop brainwashing our kids. I don't give a shit what it costs.
Oh, okay, sure.
Well, I mean, to answer your
okay, sure.
I can answer your question directly.
Is strawman argument. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I can
Elevate
answer
your
your.
lexicon. Elevate your nomenclature. Do a better job when you're debating. You're a poor interlocutor.
This one
Okay,
coming,
sure.
LSP, if you
Okay, sure. Sorry. Yeah.
Joshua, Jamie says, Andrew thinks all trans people believe they are, quote, born in the wrong body, unquote, shows that Andrew fundamentally can't comprehend what trans people even are. What a pea brain.
Yeah, I mean, look at the lies though from the chatter, right? Actually, what my position was, if the chatter wasn't so fucking stupid, they would know that from a materialist point of view, that's a materialist point of view. You only believe in the material. There is no spiritual. Saying that a person can have a reference to what a woman is when they're not one. You have a reference to what a female is if they're not one would be some type of argument towards the soul of the person. That's why they try to do all this brain scan mapping dummy. They try to do it so that they can affirm their position because otherwise they're going to have to get into spiritual aspects. They're literally philosophically going to have to get into spiritual aspects. They've lost that debate. So they're trying to find any sort of physical data and they can't. They can't do it. They can't. That's why I'm saying from a materialist position, they cannot say that the soul fairy stuffed the wrong soul in the wrong body, right? They would have to instead bite the bullet and say, actually, you're right. From a materialist position, if they have gender dysphoria, that actually should be correct. So why even bother affirming it? Like, it makes no sense. Why even bother affirming it?
And from a utilitarian perspective, what's the trans movement is advocating is not working. Women are actively being harmed, children are actively being harmed, both by asking for their forced participation and grooming them and having them mutilate themselves. So from a utilitarian perspective, it's just not working the way it is. This mental illness needs to be dealt with like any other mental illness in a psychiatric setting. Stop emotionally blackmailing us, stop demanding our participation, stop invading women's spaces.
I'll reaffirm though that I don't give a shit about women's spaces. But anyway,
There's two sets here. Trans exclusionary radical feminists or TERFs who have been given that moniker, that slur by men
bro, they vote for it, bro.
who are
They vote
trans
for it.
identified.
Come on, answer to this. They vote for it. If it was just you voting and men voting, this shit would be done with. It would be over with. These women vote the shit in. Let them deal with the consequences. Because that's why we got Trump. We get Trump. We get Trump and guys like Trump and conservatives overwhelmingly winning because women finally have to deal with the product of their own vote. Don't give them an out. Make them get their brains bashed in. Let them get their asses kicked. Make them deal with the product of their own vote, bro.
Liberal feminists voted
Jesus.
for this. They've taken the side of the trans activists and the gender ideologists, but trans exclusionary radical feminists, which are just feminists that acknowledge
They're still monsters.
realities,
They're still monsters, bro.
don't agree with it, and they're fighting hard against
Yeah,
it.
fuck them. They're monsters, just like they're as monstrous as the fucking trans radicals themselves. The trans
The
radical
liberal feminists are, yes.
they're just as monstrous. Let them
The
deal with it.
liberal feminists.
These were the same people who absolutely fucking demanded this. And then when they got it, they went, oh my God, they're going in the women's spaces. Make them deal with it. Make them deal with it. Don't save them. Don't be Captain Save a Hope. Make them deal with it, bro. Make them deal with it.
I like the TERFs. And I identify as a TERF because I'm a woman, so I can be a TERF. And you have to respect it, bigot. That was for classy.
LSP or classy, any thoughts?
No, I have no thoughts to that.
Yeah, figures.
This is coming in from Rude Mud Crab says, self-identity is stupidity. Identification is the tool of the observer. You are what you are perceived to be, not what you imagine yourself to be.
Well, James, we
Agreed.
all have agency and autonomy, so anyone's free to self-identify however they want, and me and Andrew are welcome to say that's a bunch of bullshit. So no one's saying you can't self-identify however you want, but guess what? Agency is a two-way street. Autonomy is a two-way street. Even though you have the right to identify however you want, we have a right to reject it and acknowledge sex-based realities and differences. So you have to respect our views if you want us to respect yours. And the way this works is you can feel however you want, but we're allowed to feel however we want. And we want you to stay the fuck away from women and children.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. It's agree, disagree. Like, dog, you want to have your views. God bless you. Like, I'm just saying, like, don't interfere with my views. Don't interfere with the views of my family. Don't interfere with the view of our
You're the one
doctors. Like,
forcing
it
it
doesn't
onto
involve.
us. We're not
Okay.
forcing it onto you. You're forcing it.
You're forcing
and
healthcare bans
demanding
onto trans
our
people.
participation, and
You
we
are
don't wanna
forcing healthcare bans onto
participate.
trans people.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. We force you to feed your kids too. We're fucking monsters. We're fucking monsters.
Hey, don't
Jake L.
mutilate your kid. Hey, keep your hands off my kid. I'll mutilate him
I
if
don't-
I want to, bigot.
LSP, I want to give you the last
Wait,
word
wait. You guys
because
against circumcision, by the way? Are you guys against circumcision?
Actually, this
Okay.
this would make my point for me. Yes, I'm circumcised. And the thing is that was a form of mutilation which was put into the ethos. And there was all sorts of bad science behind it, which said that if you had such a circumcision, it would be healthy for you. This was brought in by a bad dogma with bad science. And absolutely, I would not recommend that young men having families circumcise their children. I don't think it's a good idea. Because that happened to me when I was an infant, are you blaming me, the victim? What did I do? Except exist. What did I do? What did I do to deserve that, bro? What did I
Wait,
do?
there's bad science and bad doctors? I never
No
would have
shit. Oh,
thought.
that's crazy.
Oh
Wow.
my god. Oh, what?
So I guess that's yes, y'all are against circumcision.
Yes, yes. I think I'm against circumcision. Absolutely. I think that it's a form of genital
you,
mutilation.
Nicole?
The church itself, the Orthodox Church itself, has said it's fine to not have your children circumcised. And so has the Catholic Church has come out and said this as well. We had a lot of bad science with a lot of bad dogma for a long time, right? By the way, the Orthodox Church has stayed true to that for a long time since, I don't know, Jesus Christ time. But the point is that, again, because this happened, this heinous, horrible genital mutilation happened to me, why is it not okay for me to speak out about why that's not okay to do to other people? You're not allowed, I'm sorry, to mutilate a child's genitals. Whether that happened to me and my parents had the best of intentions for that, it doesn't matter.
Don't compare or analogize trimming off a piece of foreskin to chopping off a cock or chopping off breasts. Please don't make that analogy. It's a very poor argument.
I think the
I
question
want to give you the
was,
last
were you
word,
against it,
LSP,
buddy?
on that question because it was originally addressed to you.
Well, I'm sorry. What was the question again?
If you have any last word that you'd like to give, I mean, I guess I can read it over
No,
again.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what the question was. Can you repeat the question?
I was meaning more like in terms of responding to what Andrew and Josh just said. If you want me to go all the way back to the start of the question, I
Oh,
feel
no,
like
no, no.
we've
I'm sorry. I thought
covered
you said,
that a
yeah,
lot.
no, you can go. My bad.
Jake L says, does your Coke identify as a Coke Zero?
Well, it is Coke Zero.
I think this is some sort of joke. Raw Dog
I
says,
thought he
women
said,
in
does your cult identify as a cult? I'm actually curious. Does your trans cult identify as a cult?
But yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, just
Circle.
checking.
Yeah.
Most cults don't, but I was just curious.
Yeah.
Also, will you affirm my God again? I kind of missed that part.
Yeah, your
You
God's
will
amazing. Sure.
affirm my
Yeah.
God?
Yep, your God's amazing. Great.
I
Yep.
demand your affirmation. Will you give it?
Yeah, there you go.
I'll kill
Your God's great.
myself if you don't.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu
I'll kill
Akbar.
myself. I'll kill
Allahu
myself.
Akbar.
I'll kill myself.
All right. Got to conform to the YouTube TOS here.
I'll kill myself. Allahu Akbar. This is a great mix, by the way.
Don't talk about undoing
Just
yourself.
proving
This
how
one from
stupid your
Trump.
trans cult is.
This one from Raw Dog says women in menopause don't get estrogen anymore because it causes cancers. So giving to boys and men is good?
Yeah, I mean, it can be. So there's men who have testicular cancer, for instance, and often they'll use estrogen treatments, and those can be very good for them. And it can cause all sorts of side effects, medical side effects. So yeah, there can definitely be a cause to increase estrogen in men, and all sorts of medical procedures and interventions, depending on what's going on with the physiology of the human body.
Yeah, if I can like type onto that, there are conditions where we do give people like estrogen or testosterone that are unrelated to being trans, like
Correct.
autogynecomastia or gynecomastia, when men develop tits, or certain androgen disorders.
Though
where,
sometimes
like,
that actually happens because of the upping of estrogen.
Yeah.
No, it
But my
just
thing-
depends. It just depends on the condition. But I mean, I largely agree with you on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are legitimate healthcare needs for this, even if it might conceivably cause cancer. I haven't seen that. That sounds plausible. I'll take your word for it. But even if it might conceivably cause cancer, there might be other healthcare needs that legitimizes it.
Yeah,
What
I
I
agree
would
with
be
that.
curious of is, would you guys? Well, would you stop like me from giving my son who's developed breasts testosterone or an androgen blocker, whatever it is they do?
No,
I don't know
that
what
would
it is.
be so. So in this case, you would be attacking the typified pathway of development. So all you're trying to do, to me, it would be the same as if your son was a horrific burn victim, and you did skin grafting. Neither myself nor Josh would be against that. Of course not. That's not an interference with the typified pathway. Instead, that's you trying to correct something which interjected into it. That makes sense.
And we are
So
also
the opposition, if I can, the opposition, if I'm understanding you correctly, to trans affirming care is that it makes somebody the untypified gender related to that sex.
Yeah.
Like
So whether you believe this or not, you can go down, any number of different ways. You can say, well, there's some men who don't produce small gametes or sperm, so are they still men? Or there's some men who don't have XY chromosomes, are they still men? This and that. But there's really only two pathways for development that human beings can go down. It's either male or female, and that's it. Like it or not, there's only two, and there's only ever going to be two. Even chimeras only have two.
I
So
get.
hang on. Let me
Sorry.
finish. So the idea here being we know the pathway the person's supposed to develop along. We know this from their physiology. Every person essentially has only these two options. So if this is the case, if there's some type of contagion or something like this, like let's say there was something that I don't know, only sterilized males, and you were to give them a drug to stop that, I think that that's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I guess when I hear your position, it seems like I'd rather you be normal, even if you're miserable.
Well,
I value that above
hang
that.
on.
And
That's
well,
not
can
actually my
I?
position. Hang on, I'll just correct it real
Well, you're
quick.
talking about them being typified, but
Yeah,
if I
yeah,
can,
but I'll correct it
if
real quick.
okay,
That's
real
actually
quick.
not my position. Real quick, very quickly. No, what I'm saying is that you can't conclusively demonstrate that they're going to be miserable or not miserable due to your care. That's my problem.
Okay, I can't conclusively demonstrate that, but there is a very real possibility they will be better. Right? There
There's a
is
very
for
real
the
possibility
same
to the
reason.
opposite.
The overwhelming consensus by medical
No, it's
associations
not.
is that
That
this.
is not the
Yes, it is. The
consensus.
American
No, it's
Medical
not.
Association.
The AMA is not the
What
ultimate
about the American
arbiter on
Pediatric
this.
Society?
They're not the ultimate arbiter on this. This is a global phenomenon which is being competed
So
between
who would be the arbiter on this?
many. Oh my God, there's so many different localized medical associations who have studied this. For you to say that the AMA is, why would the AMA take precedent, by the way? Tell me that.
Because it's one of the most well-respected medical organizations in
No,
the
it's
United
not. It's
States.
one of the least respected. The AMA came about as a
By doctors and medical professionals?
Yes. Let me explain to you, because you may not know the history of the AMA. The AMA came about as a unionization of doctors who weren't getting paid enough. And they actually went after medicine, which was non-Westernized, in order to discredit it so that doctors would get a pay increase. This is all public knowledge. If you don't believe me, go look at it for yourself. No, the AMA
Yeah, I'll
is
have to,
not.
because like I said, like
Hang
my
on, I'm
choices
telling
are.
you, the AMA is not looked at as a global authority at all by nobody. It sees the AMA as being some authority on fucking anything. This was a unionization effort which destroyed Eastern medicine, homeopathic medicine, anything which was not the confined standard of Western medicine. I'm telling you, look at the history of the AMA. You're going to apologize to me, I promise.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
think
sure
I will.
anorexic people would be heartbroken and distressed if they couldn't keep losing weight. And I'm sure they'd love to take diet pills and get liposuction. That's not a good argument for us to give anorexic people liposuction and diet pills. So I really don't give a shit if they're distressed. That's not a good argument for confusing them further and helping them believe the deluded belief that they are the opposite sex. I don't give a shit if they're distressed about it. There's a
Nicole,
lot
I
of
mean,
people
that's
distressed about things.
what would you suggest we do then? If this
Anything
healthcare
that
makes them
does
feel
not
better, and you're saying
demand anything that does not demand me, my wife, or my children's active participation.
Well,
in
in this
You-
case,
okay, gender affirming care does not require your active participation.
Hang
Ain't
on,
your
hang on.
business. You
It
don't have to do
does.
a
You're
thing.
introducing
No,
it
it
in
does
school.
not. No,
Okay,
you're
okay,
introducing
fine,
what in
fine.
school? We're not
Then
transitioning
let's
kids in
compromise.
school, dog.
Hang on. Then let's compromise. Let's compromise. Inside of the public school system where I send my son, if you send your son, who just you decide and your doctors decide is a female, is that school going to require my son to use the gender pronouns which you think are appropriate for yours?
Yeah, no, the school might just tell your son to fuck off and leave the kid alone.
Can you answer my question honestly?
I have no idea. It's
What do you? I mean, what do you think? What do you think?
situation.
What do you think the trans community is going to push for?
Well, obviously they're going to push for you to be inclusive.
They're
and
gonna,
obviously
yeah.
dipshits like you are going to prove to be
Yeah.
not fucking.
So
bully
I'll
the
tell you
kid.
what. I'll tell you what. I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah, but hey,
if you can
it's transitioning though. It's
Bro,
transitioning
I'll
though.
make
Doesn't involve
I'll
you.
make a deal with you.
Transitioning
I'll
just
make
doesn't involve you.
I'll make a
We'll
deal
make
with
that
you.
deal.
If you can promise that no child of mine will ever have to or be demanded towards me, the parent or the child, to affirm this person's pronouns inside of a public setting where you're legally required to send your fucking kid, then sure. Give it to me in a law, and then I don't give a shit. Chop your fucking kid's dick off. Nobody fucking
I
cares.
agree. I agree.
No, you have the First Amendment. You don't have to affirm shit. I don't know any other ways I could say it.
Yeah, unless you're in a public school, you give up your First Amendment rights as a child. You don't have them. The school becomes your custodian. If that's the case, they can make you do all sorts of things which are
let's
not
create the scenario
which are
here.
not in compliance. Can you guarantee me? Can you write into law? Can you codify into law that yes, I cut my kid's dick off, but your kid never has to affirm it in a setting where they're legally bound to go, which is public school? Well, are you willing to make that compromise or fucking not?
That you don't have to affirm my kid. Yeah, I'll make that compromise.
And
You
my
don't have to
kids
affirm my
won't
kid.
have to in a public school setting where they're legally
No, your kids
obligated
can
to
fuck
go.
off, right?
Yeah,
No,
right, exactly,
schools will just separate you.
So
Let me
it's
talk.
compelling.
Hey, let me talk. Let me talk.
Exactly,
Shut up. Let me talk, please.
That's what I thought,
You don't
fucker.
have to affirm anything. Your kids don't have. You keep saying that's right. I agree with you. You don't have to affirm shit. I don't know how many other times I can say it.
Then
right?
can we
If
burn
you're
all
in
the
a
books?
school, if we're in a school and you don't want to address my fucking son by a preferred pronoun, go to my fucking son. And in schools, they can make you stay apart from each other because there's a bullying situation. If you're just gonna bully my fucking kid, I don't want you going near my kid. I don't care about your
The
information.
bullying is only going one way.
Great. Hang on, great. If you will adopt legislation which creates a segregated school system where your trans kid gets removed from my kid because my kid can't be compelled to affirm their care, show me that legislation. I'll support my congressman to sign it tomorrow, and we will put your fucking kid in some trans classroom and they can affirm each other all fucking day and nobody else has to deal with it. I don't give a shit.
The white guy.
Love it. No, I love it. That's that. I mean, that goes to
Racism's
our
coming
position.
I know you're in love with segregation. You're in love with discrimination. Your whole thing is just kind of being a dick and getting away with it.
Well,
I want
look,
I don't understand. What am I getting away with? You agreed with me.
Yeah, I totally agree. You're fucking insane. Don't
How
come
is that
near my
insane?
kids. Stay
How's that
away from my
insane?
kids. I can't explain it to you, dog. It's insane. All right.
I'm sorry that
See a therapist,
arguments.
because
I'm sorry
holy shit,
arguments
there's an
are
insane
bad
amount
for
of
you.
hate in you. You're like,
I
let's
just want to
segregate
jump
the
in
trans
real
kids.
quick.
It's
The bullying
insane.
actually,
Actually,
There's not
let's
enough
talk about
hate.
the trans
There's
people
not enough
institutions
hate in you.
earlier.
That's the problem. There's not
the
enough
bullying
hate.
is actually going one way.
Imagine that being a bad thing. You're right. Yeah, there's not enough hate in me. I don't hate motherfuckers. I'm not a hater.
Are you
people
sure?
insane.
You sound like you hate me.
No, I don't.
The
I don't
only
get away
thing
from
that
you.
won't be
You're a
tolerated
lunatic,
is
dog.
I want
intolerance. The only
to-
thing that won't be tolerated is intolerance.
The bullying actually
No,
usually
I'll
only
be
goes
intolerant.
one way.
You're insane. I wouldn't get away from you.
It
Yeah,
only
what
goes
is it?
one way, and it's usually the trans cult or the LGBT alphabet mafia cult bullying other people into joining the cult. And so when you look at higher and lower education, especially, the bullying is really the cult trying to bully people to join the cult. And when we don't want to join the cult, we get called the bullies. So
Well,
Andrew's being
I
called
actually
a
don't even
bully.
understand anyway. I don't actually understand the position. Maybe you can help me out, LSP. Why would you say that I'm insane if you and I say if your kid has some gender affirming care or treatment from some medical professionals because you think it's good for your kid, and I say, okay, I'm not going to interfere with that. However, if they're both in a public school setting, my beliefs need to be respected. And if my kid does not want to affirm the lie that at least we perceive as a family is a lie, that they don't have to. If we're willing to compromise on that, and you're willing to draft or have your politicians draft legislation for that, what is it? What is your actual problem here with my position? Honestly.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that position.
Great.
It ain't your position that's insane. It's your hate motivated justification for just being a dick to people. You're like,
well,
I should have the right to be a dick.
So the justification is, I'm just nice and you're not, but we agree. Great fucking argument, retard.
He's
Okay,
mad
bro.
that you won't allow the forced and compelled participation of your child in his child's delusions. That's what he's mad about. And he's going to bully you into joining the cult, and he wants to bully your child.
No, well, actually, it's just tone policing. He's just upset because he came to the same conclusion that I did, but he's nice and I'm not. That's it. That's the only distinction.
At the top of this, when I said this was ultimately a debate about freedom versus control, my whole thing has consistently been do whatever you want, and this guy's consistently been let me bully the fuck out of you and control what you can.
How is it bullying? If you agree with me, how could it be bullying?
Not affirming people can be a form of bullying.
Oh, okay. Well, then, what's your answer to that? The same as mine. That if we have conflicting beliefs, we segregate away from each other, right?
Yeah, schools should separate people.
Then what is the problem here? We came to the same exact conclusion. It's just that you're mad that I wasn't nice. You're just mad that I wasn't nice. You want that. You want it.
You don't make segregated schools to get away from bullying, dog. I don't know.
No, that's what you want. Okay. So then,
segregated schools.
Okay. So then you want my Christian child to be compelled to use pronouns they think is a lie, right?
Just don't talk to my kid in school. How hard is it? Tell your kid.
Yeah. Okay. Great. They don't have to talk to each other. But what if, right? What if they have some situation where it's like a group or class project that the teacher has, and this kid refuses to use the pronouns? Are they wrong?
No, it was on the teacher to like make sure those kids aren't in the same.
Right. So you're just advocating for a form of segregation, dummy. How stupid fucking are you? How dumb are you? You're advocating for the segregation.
Segregating in the classroom, like
your whole idea for this project. Your whole idea is this.
Segregation to you?
Yeah, your whole idea is this. Your whole idea is keep them away from each other so they have no. Your whole argument here is keep them away from each other. If they come into contact with each other, there's going to be problems. So keep them away from each other. That's what we like to call in the real world segregation. And so what you want to do is keep them as far apart as possible because their ideologies don't mix. Great. I say the same exact thing. And you're like, but that's hateful. It's the same fucking position, dummy.
I want to give
them
LSP,
apart in the classroom is not segregation. Clearly, when you say segregation, you're talking about building a separate
LSP,
school.
take a deep breath. I do want to give you the last word. So I do need you, Andrew and Josh, because the super chat was a challenge to them, or namely LSP and Classy. I want to give them the last word, and we got to go to the next question.
Honestly, I don't remember what the super chat was again. These carry on for a bit. I think it was. Oh no, wait! It was estrogen. It was like estrogen.
I can read it. I mean, like, do you have
like
a response to what they just said? I mean, like, it doesn't have to be. You already did respond, presumably, to the super chat earlier. But if you want to respond to it again, what I'm usually meaning, like,
I feel like I'm
want to
repeating
say
myself.
reply.
You don't have to affirm my
Can you
kid.
let me
Just don't
finish
talk to
my
my kid in school.
sentence?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
One other PS. So, if you want to say anything to what they most recently said, here's a chance. Otherwise, I'm going to the next question.
Oh no! By all means, go to the next question.
Trumpinator says, Andrew, respect people's feelings, you savage, LOL. DROW11 says, can I identify as 65 years old and start getting Social Security, LSP?
Yeah, knock yourself out.
Why not? Why not? Why can't he? And actually, I want to.
No, he totally can.
Yeah, I want to keep the kids together, and I'm going to compel your child's active participation in affirming all of my child's beliefs. You got to affirm my child's God. I want you to affirm all of my child's false beliefs about himself. Would you be okay with that?
I agree. There is no God but Muhammad, and Muhammad is the prophet.
Would you be okay with that? I don't think
okay.
Piss be upon him. Piss be upon him.
You wouldn't be okay with that, and we're not okay with you doing the same thing to us and our kids. Hope you
okay, I wouldn't be okay with that. I understand. Gotcha.
Let's see. Classy, would you also say that, like, if I said, hey, I'd like to, I'm 65, I want Social Security now from the government, like, are you cool with that
I would
too?
just like to I would just like say that like there's a difference between age and gender, where age
What's
is
the
linear.
difference?
It only
Give
goes in
him a
like one
chance.
direction, and gender is a qualitative assessment. So one is quantitative, one is more qualitative.
Josh, any thoughts? Anybody, any thoughts?
Well, he's lying. And whenever someone brings up the transracial argument or the transabled argument, with which Andrew alluded to earlier, or any other argument, transspecies argument, whatever, they always say, oh, well, that's different. Well, I would argue that being transracial is actually a lot more likely and a lot more probable and believable than being transgender. Our race is a lot more fluid, nebulous, and amorphous than our sex is. And so if you are accepting the proposition that people can change their sex, which a lot of the literature now says sex is fluid, and they're arguing that actually gender trumps sex, so it doesn't even matter. If you're going to take that position, you have to say that people can be transracial. And that is a lot more believable and strains credulity a lot less than being transgender. But they can never have an answer to it. They just come with that stock reply that, oh, well, that's different. How? There is no difference other than it's a lot more believable to be transracial.
Any thoughts, LSP or Classy?
I have no thoughts.
I figured you don't.
True.
You have to have an empty brain to believe what you believe.
True, my brain is that empty.
We can tell it is.
This
True.
debate has gotten to a unique place. I don't see this very
True.
often, but this one from Hot
True.
Dogging It says, LSP, so if doctors tell you to beat your children, would you? Are doctors your sense of morality or just authority? Andrew, you're amazing. Jesus Christ is Lord.
Doctors are where I go to get healthcare advice for people who are sick or have some sort of condition. Like, no, I wouldn't beat my kid because my doctor says beat your fucking kid, right?
Would
Like,
you mutilate your
let's-
kid?
What if
Would you
that was
mutilate it?
the consensus of the time?
No, I wouldn't beat my kid.
You wouldn't beat your kid, right? So
But
even
he'd
if they're
mutilate it.
even if they're beat is fine. But so even if there was a consensus in the medical literature which conflicted with your moral beliefs, you still wouldn't do it. That seems fair to me.
Yeah, I'm not saying you have to transition your kid. You don't. It's your kid.
Yeah.
Well, stop teaching it in the schools. Stop teaching it in the curriculum. Stop demanding our active participation in it. Stop invading women's spaces. We are making the same argument you're making. You're actually
Stop
making it.
telling them not to invade women's spaces. That's the best thing they do. Stop
You're
it.
making
Stop
me
it.
and Andrew's argument for us, and you're actually capitulating and positing that it's not okay to force people to engage in something that they think is morally repugnant and morally noxious. And that is all we're saying, is we don't want to participate in your deluded game anymore.
Okay, you've said that a lot, and I've agreed the entire time. Thanks.
Well, then get out of our children's schools, our children's books, and our children's shows, and our
I'll do it
children's
right now. Yeah, I'm
movies, and
getting
we'll
out.
be happy.
All right, I'm getting out. I'm getting out. Sorry, I'm getting
Well,
out.
tell your buddies, because they're not getting the message.
I got them on the phone right now. Guys, get out. All right,
Good,
get
you
out.
should. Weirdo. It's your cult, not mine.
This one coming in from, he's got him on the phone right now. He's got a sense of urgency. Glitch says they want to delay puberty to keep a childlike mindset. Children can't differentiate fact from fiction. It makes them susceptible to their fantasies. Agreed?
I mean, no, I think children can differentiate fact from fiction. They might be persuadable, but like at some point, I don't remember who it was. Like at your 10, you still believing in Santa Claus. You can still convince at 10, dude. I don't know if 10-year-olds believe in Santa Claus. You have a really dumb 10-year-old believe in Santa Claus. I feel like most children figure that out by like 6 or 7.
Yet we have 60-year-old men self-identifying as women and entering women's reserve spaces.
Anyway.
Kind of fucking weird, don't you think?
Yeah. Anyway, transitioning. It's not like, oh, you're 6. Let's go get your dick cut off. It's a years-long process involving multiple visits to doctors and therapists and consultations with your child in conjunction with that. Like, how do you feel? What makes you feel better? It's a whole process. So I don't know how to respond to.
What do you say to women who say, why are men mansplaining to us what it is to be a woman? What do you say to those women?
What do I say to women who are asking why men mansplain what it is to be a woman?
Yes, retard.
I don't know. I don't know why.
All right. I figured you're pretty fucking stupid.
You got me. I'm really
Jeez,
done.
it's just become blood sports. Let's see.
They've got a stick up their ass. They've had a stick up their ass all day.
No, you do.
Oh, you got something up your ass there,
Look,
Nicole.
hang on. I'm willing to concede. We did start off a little bit rough, but I am happy to say I will continue the debate with you on your terms, however you want those terms to be, post show. Do you want to do that or not?
No, not tonight. You want to
Yeah,
do it some other
exactly.
time? We can talk about doing it some other time.
Exactly.
If you like, I'll share it with you in my Discord. We can set something up. Tonight, no.
That's
This
too
one coming
bad.
in from
I just
Dire-
offered to give you my Discord to set it up. You want my Discord?
Dire-
What do you think? I got infinite time or what? I'm in demand. Bro.
You think
bro.
I do?
Yeah, I think you do tonight. What else you got to do?
You look like it. You're not hitting the gym. What else are you doing?
Jeez, you guys, it's
You're fat. You're
Dyranomer.
retarded. Like this is how you know they're losing. You're fat. You're retarded. It's like that on repeat.
Your cerebral capacity is about a tenth of what ours has been. You've
Turn it
capitulated
off.
every single point. You've surrendered.
Yeah, let's
Let's
completely.
go to a
let's be-
substantive
Obviously
question.
genuflected in front of us, and so we say thank you.
Clearly
It's
you're
fun doing
retarded.
battle, but you lost.
I am
Thank
so
you.
much smarter
Okay,
than you
well,
are.
hang on, that's fair. What point do you think you won?
Oh, I think I won like from the beginning about you guys intruding on parental rights and it being wrong. Like your whole
Why is that wrong?
Because you guys have been moving like with an ever moving straw man that you've been boxing with to say,
Straw man.
well, really,
Straw man.
the issue is that the data is not conclusive. Well, really, you think men can become
Bro,
women? Like, it's
I'm
magic,
happy.
like-
I'm so happy to contend with this. I will literally write your argument out as you make it and contend with it, so it's not straw man. I'll actually have you agree
Didn't I
with
ask,
your
like, the same
own
question,
argument.
like 5 times before you gave like a direct answer earlier?
No,
I feel like
it's never
I did,
happened.
and-
In fact,
and then you're like, "Is that simple enough
I'll
for you?"
even,
It's like, "Yeah, you finally answered it."
I always even reiterated as I gave the descriptor for why my position was what it was, and you said you're not answering directly enough. I would even be charitable enough to say, well, let me answer it more concisely then.
I don't
Yeah.
think your cult got the memo. Can you please call your cult again and give them the memo so they stay
My
the
cult?
fuck out of our lives?
Oh, yeah, I'm calling
All
him
right,
right
thank
now,
you.
dude. You hear the dial tone? It's going. All right, I'm sending the mass text out.
It's your
We meet
cult, not
Thursday
mine,
and there's
buddy.
punch. You should come.
It's your cult, not mine.
You want to meet on Thursday? Have some punch?
This one coming in
Yes,
from
yes.
They're nice people. There's donuts.
Wayward says Andrew.
Yeah, I'm
Josh-
guessing that there's lots of
There's probably
donuts.
lots of donuts looking at you, buddy. You've
So
been
many
eating all the cult's
donuts.
donuts.
James, do you love donut? James, I know you like Subway. I've seen the tattoo. It's
Nobody
pretty
likes
base.
Subway more than
Okay.
me.
Okay, it's a base tattoo. Okay, and you got me the good Subway sandwich. I agree with all that, but James, I've never seen you actually eat a donut. Do you like donuts?
I rarely eat donuts, but I'll tell you, Andrew, when we met, wanted his jalapeno meatball sandwich. And I said,
That's true.
Andrew, you're pretty sick. Why do you want that kind of Subway sandwich? He said, trust me, James. It's great.
And it is. It
He's a
is. Okay,
nasty
so here's the
guy.
recipe. Here's the Subway recipe.
His Subway
the-
sandwiches
okay.
identify as a salad,
Bro,
so
you
it's
get
okay.
the meatball, jalapeno, tomato, and just a little bit of mayonnaise. I know that it sounds sick, but if you guys try it, you're never gonna regret it. Just saying.
You're funny. You said mayo with it?
Yeah, a little bit of mayo. It's that paunch animal fat really helps drive that flavor home. I'm saying, you know, a little
I
bit.
get
Hang on. I'll tell you what. You go. Here's the recipe, James. One more time. Okay. I'm going to
Write
make
this
the
down.
$200 bet. $200 bet. If this isn't the best Subway sandwich you ever had, you get the red onion, the tomato, the meatball, and then you do the jalapeno with a little bit of mayonnaise. You're gonna love that sandwich. If I'm wrong, I'll send in a $200 super chat. My word on it.
You said, okay, meatball. Okay. I'll try
All right.
it. No joke. I'll try it.
Try it. If I'm wrong, if you don't
James,
say, okay,
James,
actually, this is really good.
In all seriousness, though, I do have a question. I want to apologize because I did not ask you this at the beginning, and I can't tell. Are you a man or a woman?
I'm definitely a man, a tremendous
Oh.
man.
Okay.
Tremendous,
I couldn't
tremendous, man.
I could
This-
not tell, so I just wanted to make sure.
This one from Wayward says, let's see. They say Andrew and Josh demoralized the opposition. They literally gave up. Glory to Jesus Christ. LSP and Classy, are you would you say you gave up or would you disagree?
Yeah, I gave up because they're having like a completely different debate than I'm having.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I
can't
gave up
debate
on
us
their
on the
debate. Like
merits.
their
You
first part
can't debate
debate,
us on the
their
merits.
first debate was
You can't
like a
debate us on
semantic
the
one
merits.
about like what is a woman, and they just kind of definitely locked themselves. And it's like I'm trying to like having more interesting debate than like what is we definitionally define a woman as, because what you do with this category of women is kind of more important, right? We
He
only
wants to
are
live in
interested in
science
exploring this.
fiction,
We're
and
only
we
interested in
Hang
exploring.
on,
refuse to live in
let him finish,
science
man.
Yeah,
Let him
fiction.
like
finish.
I
We
can
Let
tell
him
you're
finish.
afraid of letting me answer.
Let him
It's
finish. Let
kind
him
of sad.
finish. Hang
Go
on.
ahead, LSP.
No, the only reason you want to like they're so interested in defining who is a woman and isn't a woman because they want to use the force of law to tell them what they can and cannot do. Like that's the crux of their position. So it's like, well, why don't we just debate what the law can and cannot do? And then their position's constantly like, well, it was like it's like, well, I'm proving that the data is not conclusive, and it's like, okay, well, I'm not arguing that the data is conclusive. Oh well, you're arguing that men can magically become women. It's like, well, I'm not making any of these arguments at all. So yeah, they win all those debates against the strawman they erected.
Well, understand that there's two of us debating against two of them. While I understand LSP's position of saying there was arguments which were made which were against my position, you guys did not have the same position. So if we make arguments against your debate partner, who definitely was making arguments on behalf of trans inclusion based on A, B, C, and D, especially on the data, where he had to admit it was inconclusive, and then you did as well. You can't blame us for that. That's not a straw man. That is us responding to your partner. So what's gone on here is that you constantly say I'm straw manning you, or Josh is straw manning you. There's two of you that we're debating. Now you can't make the claim we're straw manning you both because we're not. And not only that,
Well,
I'm happy to get
here's why
into
I
the
did.
lawfare. Hang on, I just let you speak. I'm happy to
I know.
get in to the lawfare position of this as well. I think you would. In fact, every time I push back against that, you fucking agreed with me.
Okay, so here's why I say you guys are strawmanning me. There would be times where you would say the data isn't conclusive, and I would say I'm not arguing it is, and then you would just say I don't care. So you were not ever like engaging with anything I was saying.
No.
You
On
didn't care
that,
what I was saying.
okay, hang on.
You
Let
did
me
that several
respond.
times.
I
No,
think
yeah,
that's a
let
fair
me, I'll
point. I
finish.
think
I'm
that's
almost
a
done.
fair
I'm
point.
almost
Okay,
done.
go
I'm
ahead.
almost done.
Go ahead.
Right?
Go
You
ahead.
gotta let you finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
And the other point was like, no, my position has consistently been the same the entire time. In fact, it felt like I had to really drill down to get you to say like whether or not we should stand in the way of parents who want to treat their trans children. I kept saying it ain't your business, right? You kept saying no, you want to abuse kids. Then I asked you what to do, and you're like, well, we should lock up all the trans people in an institution and force medicate them. And then your method of forced medication, I asked you like if you'd be okay with gender affirming care, and you were just like yes. So I felt like we just came full circle.
Well,
Like
so
you went from like I don't want the government
can I
funding trans
respond?
affirming healthcare
Hang
to
on,
the
can
government
I?
should force people to have
Yeah.
trans
Can
affirming
I
healthcare.
respond though?
Yes, please.
So
respond.
actually, what happened here is you're making a great conflation. So Classy brought up the idea of the is the scientific literature conclusive? It's not. When I told you I don't care, it's because you were making a scientific argument. And I said if it's not conclusive, me, who loves science, by the way, big fan of it, say, well, if it's not conclusive, I don't care. It has no relevancy to the scientific basis. Then I deal in hard facts, hard science, the scientific method, being able to falsify the hypothesis, very important to me, or affirm it, very important to me. This is more of a spiritual question, I think, not a material question. I rejoined with that. But you can't hold it against me that I'm still willing, even right this second, to go on your channel with your rules. You have the mute button, everything, and have a good faith debate with you based on only specifically what it is you want to talk about. And you say, but Andrew, I don't have time for that. And it's like, well, what do you want me to do here, bro? I'm trying to be as good faith as I can. Hang on. I want to be as good faith as I can possibly be. I'm in high demand. That's no fault of mine. I'm not bragging. I just am. Right. So the thing is like, I've got the time right this second. Why don't we just do this?
Okay, I don't have the time right this second. I put my Discord ID in chat. I am game to have this conversation again. You want to have this conversation again? You can reach out.
James, okay, how about this? James, will you do a 1v1, James, between me and LSP on whatever it is that he wants to talk about?
Okay.
Will you agree to do that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, great. Then James will set it up. We'll be right back here, and then you can't say shit about straw manning nothing, right? There's not one step back. We'll do this, huh?
Sure.
All right.
And I want
Sounds good to
everyone
me.
to I want everyone to note that LSP literally said after men, through threat of force, try to gain entry into women's reserve spaces, that me and Andrew are going to strong arm through the force of law, forbidding them to do that. Yes, we are. When
That's true, we are.
deluded men demand access to women's reserve spaces, I
Well,
am
not that.
going to
I
say,
mean, I'm not going to do
don't
that.
do that.
Well, I'm not
So-
going to do that. I want them to get beat up
I
in those
understand you're
spaces.
not going to, but I think that
Jesus.
is such an untenable position that LSP is taking. It's so absurd and ridiculous that he's pretending.
Well, when
to
this
take
is done,
a
you need to come on my channel so I can convince you out of this position. I hate this. That listen, you were great
Yeah.
tonight. You were a great debate partner. This one thing though, this one, we got to talk about this, bro. It's too much. Let them beat him up. Let them beat him up. Tell me why it's right. Look at your fucking shit-eating grin. Look at your shit-eating grin. You're like, yes, they fucking have it coming. That's what they voted for. It's a great talking point, but it's like, we can wreck these fuckers without affirming feminism. We don't need to affirm feminism.
Andrew, I don't think all women are a homogenous, monolithic group. There are TERFs and there are liberal feminists. Liberal feminists ask for this. They are getting their just desserts and their comeuppance. Trans exclusionary radical feminists or just realist feminists did not ask for this. They
Well, then-
recognize
then answer me
sex-based
a question.
differences and they don't want it.
If you were trying to invade the NFL and tell them what was what, you would get your ass kicked. So where are all the women who are smashing down these insane people who are allowing women's sports to be invaded? They're nowhere because they're
Well-
voting. Hang on, because they're voting for it just like them. Let them bear the brunt of the consequences, just like you would if you went to a sports game and you were rooting for the wrong team, just the wrong team. You might get your ass kicked, and you're willing to agree, like, fuck that. I don't care if I get my ass kicked. I'm still rooting for that team. That's that. It's like, if you're willing to bear the brunt of the consequences, let these bitches bear the brunt of the consequences too, bro.
Josh, I'll give you a
The
chance to
liberal
respond,
feminists-
but I do want to go back to the actual questions right after.
All right.
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, again, the liberal feminists have asked for it. This is their comeuppance. I think it's perfect. You have a bunch of mentally ill, misogynistic males invading their spaces and doing harm to them. But then you have people like Sal Grover, J.K. Rowling, Maya Poet, many vocal women.
Horrible women, horrible fucking women. They're
Dude.
horrible in every
I gotta-
aspect that you can
I
think of.
gotta,
All
I
right.
gotta go back to the questions. I'll give you
Who
a chance
aren't
to wrap
okay
up,
with
Josh.
it. And
Yeah,
so
fuck those women too. There you go.
I'm just paying respect to those women who think that these are mentally ill men and they need to get the fuck out of their spaces.
We'll go to the next question. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. This ALC says, for Classy and LSP, have you ever considered that this quote unquote phenomenon may be nothing more than systematic social psychological brainwashing? If you seriously consider this, you will be able to see it.
Yeah, I'm not even against that proposition. Like I said, I'm not even against more government oversight. The government has an interest in regulating this kind of healthcare and making sure that the wrong healthcare isn't being given to the wrong people. I don't disagree with that. I've been on that page all along. I've been arguing people who do need this healthcare should not be blocked from getting it.
They're not. They have full access to it. You know that. That's a very big red herring. You know nobody is blocked. from
Several
getting
states have
any
gender
kind of
affirming care.
psychological help when
Several
it comes to
states.
gender dysphoria. Nobody is blocked from that. You know.
Yeah, and you know what?
They
In those
block
states,
their estrogen is
you don't
blocked.
see a problem. You don't see a huge problem socially anywhere in those states.
There is a case before the Supreme Court right now because people had a problem. With
Yeah,
it.
there's all
there
sorts.
is
Bro,
obviously a problem.
there's
with it.
cases before the Supreme Court for all sorts of nonsense that you don't care about. Ultimately, though, socially inside of the states where they block, these puberty interventions, their fucking kids are doing fine. They're doing just fine.
No, they're not. There are stories left,
They
right, and
are.
center about people having to go to a different state to
Oh,
get their
bro,
health care.
I can't wait. I can't wait to do
Y'all,
this.
you
How
got
are
you are the party. Absolutely, you guys are the party of control. Like you just.
Yes, we
you
are.
have to
Yes, of course.
control
You have to
people's
control
lives.
society. Oh, it's terrible. You have to control
You have
society.
to
I
control
choose freedom.
mentally
have
ill
to
I
control-
choose freedom.
Hang on.
I feel like you.
Here we go.
you-
Here we
you-
go. Here we go. Let's go through it. We have to control commerce. We have to control our citizenry. We have to have hundreds of thousands of laws on the
free
book.
markets work.
We have
Freedom
to have
works.
no. First of all, it is how freedom
Free
works.
markets work.
By the way,
Free markets work.
the Greeks made famous the saying, "Without law, there can be no freedom." And the reason that they said, "Without law, there can be no freedom," is because there can't be. If you don't have regulations, you end up with warlords. You fool.
Been
And so
arguing for
ultimately,
regulations this
stop,
entire
stop,
time.
bro,
You are
stop.
free
I'm going to let you
You don't
respond.
have to straw man, man.
Have
You-
I
I've been arguing for
never?
regulations.
I've always let
straw
you
man me just
respond.
now.
I've always let you respond. I'm telling
Okay.
you right now.
You have not always, but go for it.
Absent law, there can be no freedom. And ultimately, yes, we all have an invested, staked interest in the future of our country. We do, and especially in the children. We're not going to let you mutilate them. We're not going to let you destroy them on inconclusive scientific evidence. We're not going to let you do that. That is totally reasonable. Not only are we not insane, I think it's insane as a person who says I heart science for you to try to push such a position. Can you explain that for me?
Okay, it's not mutilation, it's healthcare. And it's a little bit insane that I keep having to contend with the same straw man over and over and over again. Absent that, you do not own my kid. This is not your business. You are a guy on the outside who is trying to tell me, getting between me, my child, and my doctor to parent my kid on on my behalf. It ain't your kid. Fuck off, right? You are an absolute fascist. Not exactly a good thing, dude. All right, I'm telling you, freedom
What's a
works
fascist?
because
Can you give me
freedom.
the definition
No,
of
I'm
a
not different.
fascist?
Freedom works because freer societies are happier societies, and freer societies are healthier societies. And part of freedom means you would get doctors to do the intervention necessary to save and preserve human life, right? And from that, you gather data so that you can get ideas on how to improve this care in the future. You can have government oversight of that. I am not against government oversight on that. You continue to strawman that position because it's the only way you can win this debate. I am not against government oversight, but freedom means the freedom to explore your options. Capiche?
Stop pushing it on kids in school. They have the freedom.
Hang on.
They have the freedom to not actively participate.
Hang on. Might I respond very
Pulled the string
briefly?
and he repeated himself.
Very, very briefly here. First of all, the freest nation on planet Earth is Somalia, and it's a shithole. And when you say that the idea here is maximizing freedom, you are incorrect. You don't want to actually maximize freedom. If you did want to maximize freedom, you would want Somalia, the freest place on planet Earth, which is one of the most horrific. Because, again, like I said, like the Greeks said, without law, there can be no freedom. That's why you have constitutional amendments, which restrict many behaviors of the government. And also, you have regulations of the people. It's totally and completely necessary for you to make the bold claim that it's okay for you, from my worldview, to abuse your child and for me to just let you fucking do it is an absurd proposition on its face. You say, no, it's not abuse, it's healthcare. But that's the very thing we're arguing about, is whether or not it's abuse or healthcare. I don't think it is healthcare. I think you just want to mutilate your kid and you want me to be okay with it. And you know what? When you say fuck you, no, fuck you. I'm not going to let you hurt your kid, fuckhead. I'm not going to do it. You can kiss my ass, and we're going to do everything we can in order to mobilize the authority of the government to stop you from doing that. If you think that's fascist, then you don't know anything about fascism. You don't know anything about Giovanni Gentile. You don't know anything about the model of fascism itself, which is a model of corporatism, has zero to do with authoritarianism ultimately. Zero. So I'll tell you what. Here's my deal to you. And I'll send in a super chat for $300 to James right now if you can do this. If you can complete this challenge, just without looking anything up, being as good faith as possible, tell me what the definition of fascism is or what a fascist actually is. Go ahead.
Hyper-nationalist authoritarian.
No.
Okay,
no, you're totally fucking wrong. It's corporatism.
Corporatist. Yeah.
Okay, nationalist corporatist. Now you change it. No, that has nothing to do with fascism. You can have a complete
somewhere
unilateral
on the freedom spectrum.
Bro, I can prove it. Hang on. Let me finish.
I don't need you, dude. You've been going for forever. You've been monologuing. Allow me to respond.
Bro, I'm almost done. When it comes to communism, communists can have authoritarian dictators. A communist can have authoritarian dictators. It has nothing to do with authoritarianism. Has to do with the body of the state becoming the corporate arm of the state. You fucking dolt. You don't even know what you're talking about. It's absurd.
Okay, cool. Somewhere on the freedom spectrum between Nazi Germany and Somalia is a healthy median. And I'm saying I want to exist in that median. A median where the state does regulate the healthcare people have access to ensure that medical malpractice doesn't happen. That's the plan I want to live on. But you still have the option to explore the healthcare needs as you see fit. It's not your kid, and it doesn't matter if you view it as abuse. What matters is how my kid and my doctor view it. That's what matters. Mind your business.
Has what to do with you calling me a fascist?
Mind your
What?
business.
I
is
called
the
you a
inner
fascist because you're like
women's
insanely
restrooms in
authoritarian.
the
Like,
Yeah,
if you
but
wanna bitch about that,
authoritarianism's
then,
not fascism. Dummy.
Okay, yeah, okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah. So
Authoritarianism is
did you want
fine,
to?
you're very authoritarian.
You know what? You
My
know what?
issue is that you're very authoritarian.
Here's the
You happy?
thing. I'm still going to be kind enough to send in that super chat to James, even though you lost the bet, right? Even though you lost the bet, but I want your promise. I want your word that you'll look up what fascism is if I do that. Do I have your word?
Yeah, I'll do it right after.
Okay. Woman, this is my authoritarian fascist dictate. Send in $300 to Modern Day Debate. That way, we know that LSP at least will be educated on the fucking topics he's talking about.
It would
I
be
just
great
want
if
to
we just stick to a
clarify.
topic I'm
You don't
talking
have to
about.
do
Like,
that,
that
I
though.
would
I
just
be
want to
nice.
appreciate the
clarify
sentiment.
something. I just
Go
want to
ahead.
clarify something. When they say freedom, we all know what they mean is the freedom of their cult to run rampant and do whatever it wants. That's what they mean every time. Oh, we just want freedom. We should have a free country where we can lie to people and force people to actively participate in whatever the fuck we want, even if it's to the detriment of children and to you and to your wives and to women. That's what they mean by freedom, and you have a very perverse, fucked up definition of freedom. Go fuck yourself too.
Okay.
Very nice, very nice. Let's go to the next one. This one
Jesus.
from Short Change. If you had a question you want me to attach to that super chat, let me know. Jordan says, question for LSP. What is your threshold of abuse for an individual or an institution to infringe on the parental rights in protection of a child?
And once it stops being medically necessary, it's kind of abusive.
You got it. This one from, we're going to jump to the next one. Joshua Jamie says, it's irrelevant, Andrew, LOL. You just said, quote, it's an internal critique, unquote, and then word salad. Specifically tell me how mentioning eating disorders is not a non sequitur in the trans debate.
Well, because the internal critique was based around the fact that we need to affirm the medical care of the delusion. And so what Josh said was, well, wait a second. If that is the case, could we not apply that to these other delusional things? In this case, an eating disorder, et cetera, et cetera. It's a perfectly valid internal critique. Was there anything else you had, idiot?
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Joshua Jamie says, LSP debunked your theory of gay men being transgender women at the beginning of the debate, and now you're saying no one refuted it. He brain. I think that's for you, Andrew. Oh, you're on mute.
Here I am. I'm over here. I'm trying to arrange a $300 super chat. What was the question, James?
This is from, they say LSP debunked your theory of gay men being transgender women at the beginning of the debate, Andrew, and now you're saying no one refuted it. You pea brain.
How? How did he refute that?
There are like a number of women with medical conditions where if you define women strictly by their biology, like let's just say female. What is a female? Well, a female is a person with XX chromosomes, an ovary, a uterus, a vagina. Well, there's medical conditions which women can be born without any of those, right? And you would still identify
Sure.
as women.
Well,
I guess like
actually,
women.
that's correct. There's only one of two pathways they can go down. But regardless of the pathway they go down, we know what would be heterosexual. So if your physiology was determined to go down the female, if you have sex with men, then you're a heterosexual. It's simple.
This one coming in from NFTU says, if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. Thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's the conversation you gotta have with your aunt.
This one from Joshua Jamie says, quote, wherever they wanted to go, we went there, unquote. They say, I think they're quoting you, Andrew. They say, until it came to LSP debunking your idea that trans women are homosexual men, then you changed the topic. Soy boy.
I just
added that last
addressed
part.
it. And he had
Boom.
he had nothing.
True. Oh
He
my
hadn't-
God. True. So true.
I addressed it and he had nothing.
You got demolished, my guy.
Yeah,
Must
you
be
got me.
embarrassing to be you.
At
Jesus.
least we established that trans-identified men aren't women, which destroys everything your stupid cult stands for. So get back on the phone,
God,
send
my
your
cult's
cult a memo,
defeated.
and let them
Shit.
know they're fucking
My
retarded.
poor cult. Oh, fuck.
Well, it's embarrassing.
I'll bring
Let them know they're
flowers to the
retarded.
funerals.
Let them know they're retarded.
I know.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Kai Gallagher says, assuming a materialist worldview, would God be real if someone believed God was real? So now, assuming materialism, do we now give them concessions?
Great question.
I think it's for you, LSP or Classy.
No, I'm not even sure I got that question.
Assuming
a materialist worldview.
So let's say they say if there's no God, would God be real if someone believed God was real? They say, so now assuming materialism or atheism, do we now give them concessions?
He's real in the sense that there are people who believe he's real and he's got a mythology associated, and we do give certain concessions for people to worship as they please. Like, I'm not against concessions for people to worship.
Do you affirm that God is real then?
No.
Well, then you're not giving me the concession, you idiot.
Welcome to our side.
Okay.
This is giving because it is the biggest super chat we've ever gotten at Modern Day Debate. So Rachel Wilson, thank you for your $300 super chat. We really do appreciate the Crucible crew. Thank you for your support.
Can you pull it up, James?
It says compliments of the patriarchy with a salute. And so
now I held my end. LSP, you promised you would hold yours, yeah?
To do what?
That you would
donate
actually
money?
look into not
look
donate
into
money.
fascism?
Yeah, look into
Yeah,
what
sure, it's whatever you
fascism
say it is.
actually is, so that you wouldn't wrongfully call people
yeah, it's
fascists who
corporatism.
weren't.
Yeah, it's corporatism.
No, it's not
Yeah.
corporatism. It's
National corporatism.
no, it's none of that.
Oh, okay.
Will you hold your word or no?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did it. Yeah, I'm doing it.
This one, but yes, thank you very much. Also, there are I'll try to go through it as fast as I can once we get through the standard questions, but there were many super chats from folks from the Crucible saying thanks for hosting, Andrew. So we really do appreciate your support. That means a lot. I am really there's a lot of people, they're like, oh, you shouldn't host this person anymore, they're too controversial. And it's just really dumb. Just because I'm like, listen, we're just gonna host anybody, and as long as it's within YouTube terms of service, like, we're just gonna do it. And
Which
if
I think
YouTube
is
wants
totally
to,
reasonable. So James has told me before, keep it in compliance with the TOS. And I've always tried to strive to do that. So I have no issues with James. He has no issues with me. If we're here to have a good faith debate, I feel like I've been extraordinarily good faith this evening, whether you like me or hate me. I have a fully monetized channel. I'm all over YouTube. I don't see what the controversy even is.
yes, it is impressive that you're still monetized. Because, for example, like Daniel Hakikachu is a person that sometimes people say you can't, don't host him, and he's demonetized. Although it was because he was uploading like Joe Rogan clips. But nonetheless, we love you, Daniel. But I'm just like, I don't like it when people are like, you shouldn't host them. I don't like that pressure. So yeah, we're gonna keep hosting Andrew.
Wait, James, sorry, I'm
Yeah.
really confused. Are you saying people on the left are trying to limit open dialogue and debate?
To be fair, only pockets of people on the left. So not
Oh wow,
everybody on the
that's
left.
shocking. I can't believe that. That's weird.
But huge kudos. I know that right now you guys have taken such a beating. Oh man, it's been such a blood sporty debate. But Classy, Neurotic, and LSP, I've got to give you guys huge credit because you guys are here and you're like, hey, like, we'll debate, like, here we go. And there are just so many people that are like, I mean, there are just so few leftist debaters right now that it's basically a Destiny's market. In other words, like, Destiny is a big leftist debater these liberal,
Have him
whatever.
come on. Have him come on. Let's do it. Let's do it, James. Have him come on.
It's not
I don't think I'm
impossible.
blacklisted. I'm not blacklisted anymore, I don't think.
It's not impossible. I'll talk, but yeah. So long story short, we appreciate you, Classy and LSP, despite all the abuse you've taken tonight. I'm so sorry for that.
I'm here for it. It was fun.
I hope you never take it personally. It
I
sounds
don't.
easy for me to say because I haven't taken all the abuse. But Damien says, could a child who's abandoned or feral in the wild be trans?
It's an interesting question. It's possible.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Joshua Jamie says, LOL. Sorry, Joshua. Says, LOL. Many of these trans people are the greatest artists to ever live. To say them self-deleting is a self-correcting problem is pure idiocy. Any
I
thoughts?
mean, the problem's solved, so I don't understand how it's not, but
Well, ideally, you don't want to solve the problem with suicide.
or mutilating people and brainwashing little children and harming women. So self-deletion's preferable.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, he's not for mutilating kids and harming women? I can't believe
No, I mean,
kind of
I
a
get that point.
monster.
The part where you're like, well, them killing themselves is preferable is just the insane part, but okay.
To mutilating
Is it?
innocent
Well, hang on.
children?
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Can I tell you about a small island off the coast of Papua New Guinea? In this island off the coast of Papua New Guinea, I just want to let you know that the men there, the way that you gain manhood in this small island, I'm not kidding, it's called the Come Warriors of Papua New Guinea. They have literal 9-year-old children, boys, suck off the men in that island. That's how they receive manhood. If all of those men off themselves, would you have a problem with that?
I don't know, dog. I guess I
Answer
just
my
like
question, please.
He always
Yeah,
says
I just-
dog.
I just said, I don't know.
This is
I don't
a
know any
real
other
thing.
answer than I don't know.
You don't know.
I'd
yeah.
rather like people not like suicide themselves because nobody gets justice in the event somebody does.
Would you
suicide
rather
themselves
those
or abuse
men
themselves.
continue to have young boys give them BJs? Really?
Yeah.
It's a
You
simple
think that's what
question.
I'd rather?
Well, then that's why I
either they
asked you
get
the
BJs or
question.
they kill themselves.
Can
like,
you
no, I'd rather them be
answer the
arrested.
question?
I did. I'd rather
You'd
them be
rather have them
arrested.
arrested?
Yeah, and I'd rather have them arrested. That seems like abusive as fuck.
Yeah. So you're going to use your authoritarian state to arrest these people in
Yes, I'm
their
gonna use my
culture.
authoritarian.
By the
Yeah,
way,
that's exactly
did you
it.
know
Yep.
all the scientific
Yep.
data?
Yep, all the scientific data. Yep.
All the
I agree.
scientific data which
agree with all this,
looks
yes.
at these islands says that it's non-harmful to those boys.
Okay.
So would you take that scientific data and agree with it and just continue to allow those 10-year-olds to blow those old men?
Yep.
Or
Yep.
would you send in, I don't
Wow,
know,
you
the military?
would.
You would, of course.
You would.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
You are disgusting.
Yep. Sure. Yep.
Disgusting. At least everyone knows where you stand morally.
Yep. Sure.
This one coming in from Hot Dogs for Sale says the three Christs
All
of
right. I'm going to be totally honest. Not that I ever am not, but I'm going to be complete. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
they say the
Hot
three
mic.
This one from the three Christs of Yispilanti were put in the same crazy room, and each eventually found the other to be mentally ill. Is there big enough room? You know I can't say that word in the super chat. I'll tell you it almost rhymes with room, the word that they want me to say. I don't know if anyone understands that. But this one coming in from NFTU says, if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle.
I'm getting strange deja vu.
NFTU, would you have relations with a trans, if it's a trans woman? I think they mean to know a trans woman in the biblical sense. Would you have coitus with them?
Who? Us? Would we have sex with a trans woman?
All of you.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I'd have sex with trans women, but I've already taken, so that's off the menu.
Quick question: Are you a homosexual?
Bisexual.
Bisexual. That's why. Okay, got it.
So he's okay having coitus with men, which is why he's okay with having coitus
Exactly. Exactly.
That's exactly it. Yep.
because they're men.
Yep. Totally. Yep.
This one from Lath says, can a grown man identify as a little girl? Can an Asian lady identify as a Mexican dude? Can an Indian identify as someone who smells good? Oh gosh, okay. I didn't read that before I said it out loud. They say bring common sense back.
Jesus fuck. See, an Indian identify as smells good.
Let's just not make a big issue of that part. They say, okay, so
Can an
can
Asian
No, no,
woman identify as
yeah.
chicken?
I mean, I would say we would just follow like what the medical science is suggesting. But trans people have been observed all throughout history. I don't know that people like I identify as a cat. I identify as tall. This isn't. I don't know that there's like observations of this being a thing. So I don't have to say, but
this one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Bitter Truth says, Andrew, hypothalamus small sizes found in male and female both. And no, it's not necessarily from mother, but from both.
Sounds very inconclusive. Yeah, what well,
We know which is
like
the
like
male.
for instance, what can we get from that? What do we get from the understanding of this thing? Does this in some way prove trans identity? No. So the idea here that this portion of the brain has more gray matter, or this one doesn't, or this or that. Every single study on brain scans, every single study, book, anything you can reference. In fact, I have the kind of like ultimate book that everybody goes off of. Even in this particular book, in the literature, it says this is inconclusive. We need more data, right? And that, by the way, is the correct way to do science. We don't know. We don't know. And until we know, we're not going to make an affirmation of X thing because that would be fucking irresponsible.
This one coming in from, to appreciate your question. Bitter Truth also says male gaze, a specific region of the hypothalamus called the quote third interstitial nucleus of the anterior hypothalamus, tends to be smaller compared to hetero men. Andrew.
Which proves what?
This one from NFTU says, okay, so clearly we are only taking questions. Question for LSP. If my aunt had balls, would she not be my uncle?
I don't know, dude. Like I said, that's a conversation you need to have with your aunt or your aunt, your uncle, whichever it is. Have that conversation and figure out how you feel.
How will he know which one's his aunt and which is his uncle?
I don't. I'm not the aunt or the uncle or the kid.
Will they have to self-identify for him to know which is which?
I don't know. That's a conversation they need to have.
James, on a real note, I do only have time for one more. I'm sorry, but I do have to.
Come on, man. We're right at the finish line. Let's finish it. Come on.
How much
We're right
longer is
there.
left, James?
Maybe like 20 minutes, right, James?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. But if you
Yeah.
have to go, it's not a big deal, Josh. Like you've
Come
been
on,
here a long
Josh.
time.
Come on, let's finish it. 20 minutes. We only got 20
trying,
minutes, bro.
man. Let's
If you have to,
let's try.
Yeah, we'll say
Just-
no. It's been going for 3.5 hours.
just do, what is it called, an Irish goodbye if you have to leave. Rachel Wilson, and I'm going to read through all the names and just say all these people said thanks for having Andrew on. We really do appreciate it. So we do want to acknowledge your names and say thank you for your super chat. Rachel Wilson, Jacob Kinghorn, Silent, Primore Bro, Ray W, Noah R, Prince of Dogs 1, Lord Shadowfrost, O2 Array 02, Tulsa Brad, Robo Next 666, Robbie Heck Music, Gideon Ravenor, Big Red Sky, Just JSE 113, David White, Care Ugg, Plant Daddy, Brandon, Carlos, It's Some Fish, YouTube, Otis Driftwood, Jake L, Raw Dog, Gage the Creator, Haspar, Lath, Alan Hatz, Lumbago, Nate Tripp, Dat Boa Slee Stack, Nick Gaddis, Kerug, Jordan, and Journeyman. Thank you. And Nathan Slippy and Nubbit, thank you for your super chats saying thank you for hosting Andrew. This one from Damien Peanut November says, why do leftists want penises in female spaces so badly?
Well, it's a good question because only 4 to 13% of trans women get bottom surgery. So obviously, if you do the math, that means 87 to 96% of trans women are walking around with a set of balls and a cock swinging between their leg. So I think if that doesn't give you pause, that's a big problem. So just keep that in mind next time you see a trans woman going into a woman's reserve space.
You got it. This one coming in from. We're almost caught up. John Velaquet says Muhammad was a PDF file and a false prophet. He remains in the grave to be judged by Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, the living word of the Father, is Lord and God. Repent or perish. This one from Jack the Guitar God. Thank you for your super chat. And thank you for your Evan Lord. We appreciate your kind words. And then let me just some skimming. We're pretty close to the end here. Jordan says, true Orthodox mine is directly on topic. That's why mine should be asked. And I've tried 3 times. Compliments of the patriarchy. Thanks again, Rachel Wilson. Gavin Free Nunn says, the LSP dude is not representing his side well. He's turtling up like someone who no longer has the will to debate. Man's got rolled hard.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to debate. Like every other thing is like you just want to cut off kids' dicks. You know, how would you feel about? Would you be okay with like people, kids blowing like people on this island? I don't know how to debate like half this shit. Like, yeah, I'm capitulating to the dumb shit because it's just like silly ad hominem shit.
Well,
These are
it's
not
hard,
clearly.
James. It's hard when you disagree with the cult's orthodoxy and when you go against the cult's orthodoxy. And LSP's made it clear that he disagrees with his cult on a lot of things, and so he's in an untenable position. And
This entire debate, this guy has been debating a fucking cult and not me. Like, this is what I'm talking
you
about.
are
Like,
a
what am I
cult.
supposed to respond to half the time? You just
are
said
a
I did
cult.
not. You just said I disagree. I'm down
You
to the cult.
disagree with a lot of the orthodoxy of the trans cult, but you're still a trans cultist, and so you have a lot of cognitive dissonance
gotcha.
going on.
This
And I
one
do
from.
feel sorry for you.
I'll give you the last word, LSP, because you just got brutally verbally attacked. If you want to say anything back.
He has nothing of substance to say. I don't know what to respond to. It's like, you're in a cult. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Like,
These
okay,
are the
fine.
basic
This one
tenets of
from.
your
We
cult
should move
that
to
we're
the next
talking
one.
about. Not my cult.
This one from Cry More Bro. Thanks for your kind words and your support. John Villaquet says, John 1, John 5, Revelation 1, Jesus Christ is the living word of the Father, creator of heaven and earth. Muhammad lied. Repent or perish. And then Darkimer, thank you for your kind words. Says, thanks for hosting, Andrew. Thanks, James. Not one step back.
Now, one step back, Jesus Christ is God.
I think that, let me just double check. I think that is the last of our questions. I do have, well, I promised this guy, it'll take 2 seconds. It was like really early in the debate and he's like, hey bro, can you, Christian Humphrey says, LSP, if you don't care what these people think, then you have no reason to be upset if their ideology leaks into public and then ultimately affect you.
Where do you, the person who's been saying he doesn't care this entire time has been Andrew. I haven't been saying I don't care what they think. I care what they think. I don't like the way they think, but I'm not going to enforce my belief system onto them. That's what
That's how we feel about the trans
time.
cult. Stop forcing your belief system onto us.
I already said I'll stop. I'll stop.
Well,
I'll stop
send a memo to your cult.
I'm writing a fucking email right now. Everybody, stop. Leave poor Nicole.
You need to do something. It's your cult, not ours.
Okay, well, I'll bring it up at the meeting on Thursday.
Last minute one, Techno Hippie says, awesome debate tonight. Josh and Andrew Slade, thanks for hosting them. James and Christ is God. Thanks for
Christ is
chat.
God, and thank you, James. You were
like a bitch, though.
You were a fantastic debate partner. Not great for the affirmation of Christianity when died like a bitch, right? But anyway, to my debate interlocutors, I would like to say no hard feelings. I am here to have debates in good faith, which we had this evening, whether you like it or not. But anyway, you won't experience any harassment from the community, and I really appreciate you guys coming on.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for saying that.
Indeed, drunken debater. last question says, thanks for hosting, Andrew. Nice job, Josh. And I say that despite horrifying nightmare fuel you are wearing. They liked your outfit. And but yes. Oh yeah, if you haven't already, do hit that like button. We appreciate your support, folks. If you want this debate to be seen by more people on YouTube, hit that like button and tell YouTube to show it to more people. But want to say thank you, Classy Neurotic. Thank you, LSP. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Josh. I feel like we've been through something like really special tonight. I feel like this debate had so many. I had like so many mixed feelings as we went through this debate. This 3 and 40 minutes, where it was just like, whoa, this was an experience. It was almost like we took a trip together. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much. And if I just want to say, if anyone wants to find me, I'm mostly on Instagram, where I constantly mock and lampoon trans ideology at Josh Seiter Official. And you can find me on Twitter at Josh Seiter, where I lampoon it also.
This is true.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I do want to plug you guys. So, folks, check out even if you disagree with Andrew or Josh or LSP or Classy Neurotic, there's something valuable to hearing their arguments straight from the horse's mouth. Check out their links in the description box right now. Because rather than having someone say, like, oh, this is their argument, of which if it's someone from your own in group that's saying what they said, oftentimes it's not the greatest, it's not the most accurate representation. Do check out their channels. You might like them, you might not even like them, but that's included at the podcast. So every debate ends up on our podcast as well. You can find it on Spotify. You can find it on Apple Podcasts. Check out Andrew's link, Josh's link, LSP's link, and Classy Neurotics link in the podcast description box. It's there too.
Can I get the full screen for just a second? For
One
second.
yes.
1 second.
I hope I don't regret this.
You won't regret it.
I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much. It was a wonderful debate. And I am glad that our interlocutors affirmed that Christ was God until they didn't. But just remember that that is exactly what we have to deal with on this side. And with that, James, thank you so much for hosting this. It was very kind of you. I can't thank you enough. James has always been very good to the Crucible. We've had our tiffs. That's the way it goes in the online world. And you know what you do? You get the fuck over them. So thank you, James. I appreciate it very much.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Have a good night. Take care.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm not dying. Get out
Thank you guys so much for your support. I agree with Andrew, is that sometimes you disagree with each other. Sometimes you even have a little tiff, but especially men. My football coach when I was in like ninth grade, I've told this story before. It's just because it's so memorable for me, is that he had said, he's like, sometimes you guys on the football team are going to fight. And he's like, that's just like not a big deal. Don't make a big deal out of it. It's like, okay, you fought, you got in a fight with somebody, but that's just the main nature of men, is that sometimes they fight and then they're over it. And like, even though they were punching each other, like they were rolling on the ground, wrestling, punching, and then 5 minutes later, they're like, all right, well, it's done. They just put it behind them and they don't even, it's just, there's no like residual emotion. They really can just, it's done. And so that is how Andrew and I have decided we're going to roll. We have no hard feelings toward each other. We think that holding a grudge is effeminate and lame. So we're just like, hey, especially if it's a win-win for both sides in terms of modern day debate hosting Andrew and modern day debate growing, which it definitely does. It helps a ton to have Andrew, and we hope that it helps Andrew as he comes on modern day debate. And we also, of course, hope it helps everybody. So I'm not trying to uh, play favorites with Andrew. Is that we do appreciate that there are leftists that are willing to come on, because they are a little bit of a dearth of leftists who want to debate. In other words, a shortage. And that's why it is a huge help when we do find leftists. I don't know what it is. It is interesting, but there are just so many conservative debaters. And I'm not saying that there's like some sort of like lack of courage. If this seems like people are like, oh, James is picking on leftists, I'm not. It doesn't have to be a lack of courage. There could be other explanations. Uh, that's just one potential explanation that some people might say, but there are indeed many conservatives. In fact, it's interesting that even the women conservatives, there are just so many popular ones that are oftentimes willing to at least participate in a panel, like Sydney Watson, Lauren Southern. Isn't there another Lauren? But there are a lot of conservative big timers. Thanks for your support, your super chat, John Kell. There are a lot of super big time conservative women in the like YouTube political sphere, but there are not like a lot of like left leaning ones, which is strange to me. I don't understand why that is. So I don't know why that is. I don't know. Let me know in chat. But it's just like one of my musings where I'm like, why is it that like there are way more big content creators who are women who are conservative, but then on the left, like they're just not in the political sphere. Yeah, Lauren Chen, that's the other Lauren. Thanks for that, Zents. But then on the left, it's like ContraPoints. But ContraPoints doesn't even really debate. And some people would say, well, but ContraPoints is like a trans woman. So some people would say, like, but are there any like cis women, like non-trans women? And I'm that like are in the, like the political debate scene and debating and things like that, in the same way that like Destiny and Vosh are. There's like Kyle Kuklinski. Obviously, he's a guy, not a woman. He's a guy. David Pakman. So there are some big ones out there. Uh, like dudes besides Destiny and Vosh, but it is weird that it's like why are there no women on the left side that debate that are like big time? It's just I don't know if there's an audience on the left for like women content creators that comment on political stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure why it is. But obviously yeah, there's like Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, if you count Shoe on Head, I don't know, it's kind of a gray area. Sydney Watson, Melanie Mack, people who have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Yeah, so that's interesting. Like, especially because you'd be like, well, James, it's like it's because conservatives have like more women in their group. Um, like, and it's like, well, no, like women tend to vote more on the left, right? So like, why? Like, it's not that conservatives have more women in their camp. If anything, they have more men, right? That wasn't that the anyway. But I Killed Earl says I'd like to debate Andrew on his feminist stance. Hey, we're willing to host it. If you want to do it, we're happy to have you, and we'll make sure it's a fair debate. And yeah, so Cry More Bro says Destiny's the final boss of leftist debaters. That seems probably true. Vosh doesn't even debate anymore. It's so hard. So we're right now I'm working on our debate con conference. It's going to be in February and it's tough to find a lot of left-leaning content creators because Destiny's basically retired. There's people like David Pakman, but David Pakman's still kind of out of our price range until the end of the year. And I'm not trying to slam David for wanting to be compensated. Like I think, frankly, I think he knows his worth. Like he's a very popular YouTuber. David Pakman, like his time is very valuable. So I would do the same thing if I was him. I'd say, hey, this is my honorarium cost. So that's just reasonable. But yeah, we're working toward getting David Pakman against Andrew Wilson this fall. So I do think that even though this February it's going to be tough to make that happen, just financially, Modern Day Debate isn't going to be in a position to do that. It's just a big leap forward. We are taking a leap upward in terms of Lawrence Krauss is going to be a big name that we're going to have. And I Killed Earl says Destiny is retired. If I said Destiny, I meant to say Vosh. Vosh is basically, I wouldn't say retired, because he's young, and I'm sure he'll come back at some point, I think. But Vosh, like, doesn't really debate nearly as much as he did. Like, whenever I reach out to him, he's like, nah, he's like, I'm kind of taking time away from it. Oh yeah. Crime Orboros is not so erudite. Yeah, that's a good point. So, quasi popular. I'm not trying to. She's got like 10,000 YouTube subscribers or Twitter followers. So like that's a respectable, like a good start. And Damian P. Nut November says, please put Rob Noor against Pac-Man. Huh. Rob is a very good debater. I will admit that his skills, he was like on a debate team in college, and it clearly shows. Like he is exceptionally skilled. Bite Me XD. Thanks for your super chat, says GZ on the doctor, James. Glad to see you back. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that. Is Man, it's so good to be done with school. And it's also I am currently enjoying. Oh wow, Shell Shock says 50,000 subs. Does not so erudite, really? That's like wow. That's a lot. Like especially for she hasn't been in the space that long. So for her to do that is like, wow, she grew faster than modern day debate. Because for us it took wow, she is at 50,000. Okay, you're right. Okay. Is hmm. And some of her videos too are bangers. So she's got this one. I'm looking at her channel right now. Oh, her thumbnails are beautiful. Like these are based, as the kids say. It's got like a picture. These are good for her. So yeah, there is one. Like I said, it's still I'm not trying to be picky, but it's just that like Lauren Chen had like before her channel got yeeted from YouTube, it had like 750,000, but you get the point. But yeah, I admit that she's actually like so kind of yeah. Let's see. But we were excited. Modern Day Debate. We will have DebateCon Saturday, February 15th, and Sunday, February 16th. We are inviting Andrew Wilson. So we are possibly inviting not so erudite. They're not going to debate each other. It'd be a separate debate. We are probably going to invite another person that Andrew has crossed swords with before, namely Jasmine. So it's another woman content creator on the left who popular, well spoken, and she'll probably be debating. I'm trying. Oh, Ariel. Oh, that's another one too. Ariel Scarcella. You could kind of yeah. I mean, I think she came out as like pro Trump. She's got like 400,000 subscribers or something, right? So the right but it's also I'm like maybe it's just that the right is more like they spend more time on YouTube or something. And that would make sense. 776. Oh gosh, like she has almost double what I was thinking. And Ariel Scarcella. Oh, and then yeah. So Shell Shock says I'm still waiting for James to put me on the show. Shell Shock, I am open to that. It is a little bit tougher because you are in Europe, so I have to like work around your European time zone. And political debates are hard for us. At Modern Day Debate, they're on average not as popular compared to our other topics for some reason. Flat Earth is the most popular topic. I can't help it, but it is all things equal. Flat Earth. So religion debates do really well. But yeah, Green Lord, thanks for coming by. I do want to say thank you for being subscribers, and also thanks for being channel members. Crime or Bro, thanks for being a channel member supporter. I Killed Earl, thanks for being a channel member supporter. Um, Billy McLean, am I saying it right? Said love seeing Andrew on the channel. Immediately subbed. Thanks for your support. Oh yeah. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. We do appreciate your support. We are excited as Modern Day Debate is about to hit 202,000 subscribers, so that's epic. We are like 16 away, so that actually could be like right now. If there are 16 of you out there that hit subscribe right now who are not already subscribed, we will hit that right now during the stream. So thank you. It's always exciting to hit another new 1,000 mark. But yeah, I gotta say, oh, let me get this. There we go. Is I want to say hello to you and thank you in the old live chat. Eco Brain, thanks for being a subscriber. Thanks for being a subscriber, Shell Shock. And then quickly, quietly, silently, thanks for being a subscriber. Thanks for your support. I Killed Earl says, hit the like buttons. And yeah, that's right. If you are subscribed, I Killed Earl, thank you for letting me know, or I should say bringing this up because I never mention it. If you are like, James, I don't really get recommended your videos, the debates very often. Why not? Uh just the way YouTube is like your subscription to a channel on YouTube doesn't mean what it used to. You guys have probably figured this out by now, and this is old news. It used to be that when you were subscribed to a channel, YouTube would like always recommend that channel. But YouTube is like clever where they basically are like, we'll recommend it, but if you don't click on that video from this channel you subscribe to, like if you keep not clicking on videos that we try to recommend to you, we're not going to show them to you anymore. So subscribers count doesn't mean as much as it used to on YouTube, but so that's why you will at least increase the probability if you hit the bell notification, as I Killed Earl said. That actually is giving a signal to YouTube like, hey, like really do show me these, really do recommend these to me. I did that today on a channel. It's called The Big One. It's like a radio station. Very innocuous, like nothing, it's not right or left or anything. And I just hit the bell and let's see. Because I was thinking, I was like, I was like, I don't really see their videos as much as I want. I like this new channel and I want to know when every single video comes out. So I have hit the bell. But yeah, Darth Ducky, thanks for your being a subscriber. And also Alex Odeju, thanks for being a subscriber. Troll, thanks for being a channel member. We appreciate that. Chad Zagone, thanks for being a subscriber. Says, thanks for having Andrew on. Thank you. Grinzy, Katsy, thank you for being a subscriber. And Zentz, thank you for your being a subscriber. And yeah, Zentz is right. So YouTube basically realized what Netflix noticed. If Netflix did basically some research into their own like users, they found that people would commonly put in their watch list these like you could say more enlightened or more like sophisticated videos. Like, it'd be like, like a very like artistic video or movie that was like very like kind of like highbrow and like you might say intellectually sophisticated type videos or movies. But even though those were what people would put in their watch list, what they actually watch on Netflix would be like trash. It's like they watch like reality TV or, something on that level. Or they watch like if they're like me, they watch like the robot, big robots fighting each other in movies like Transformers. Like I'll be honest, like I don't watch intellectually like highbrow movies. I'm usually watching a movie to rest my brain. So I'm just like I want to watch giant robots or big gorillas fight or something. And the point is Netflix was like, So YouTube basically said the same thing. They're like, well, people subscribe to channels that they think like that they aspire to watch. But what do they actually watch when they come onto YouTube? Like, do they watch? It's like, well, a lot of times they just click on the first thing that looks like it'll be just fun to watch, amusing. Because think of like the word amuse. It's like a as in lack of something, kind of like atheist, like lack of, and then muse is to think, right? So amuse is basically meaning if it's an amusing video, it's like you're not thinking during it. You're amused, you're just entertained. But let's see. Adir est Facera. Thanks for your being a subscriber and a channel member. And yeah, so let's see. Dylan Motes, thanks for being a subscriber. The Panelverse, would you just relax? You're obsessing with Andrew. You can just, if you want to debate Andrew Wilson, the Panelverse, or I Killed Earl, my email is moderndaydebate@gmail.com. We can ask Andrew. I can't guarantee it. I think he's going to be open to I Killed Earl, but the panel verse, bro, you're just looking kind of crazy in the chat. You're like, I'm not trying to be mean, but You were using like all caps the entire night in live chat, the panel verse, and you were also just like Andrew is bad, and it's like, well, Andrew's like not really even able to defend himself right now because he's like in the middle of a debate, and you're trying to trash his reputation in live chat, so he's probably not going to want to debate you, bro. Uh, like, but yeah, Green Lord, thanks for being here. KCA Randy, thanks for being here. Says greeting, James. I assume Andrew was. Let's see. Yes, it was a very lively debate. And but yeah, Justin, thanks for your super chat. Says thanks for hosting Andrew. Thank you. I appreciate your support. And let's see, are we at the 4 hour mark? We're creeping up on the old 4 hour mark. I should probably go to bed. Is it really 10 here? Holy smokes. Okay, yeah. I gotta go to I'm sorry. I gotta get up for a meeting tomorrow. So I want to say thank you guys for your support. We're excited about the future. DebateCon, Newark, New Jersey. If you live anywhere near Newark, New Jersey, so like New York City, Philadelphia, even all the way down there in Washington, D.C., Baltimore. You don't want to miss DebateCon 5. So, this is our fifth conference. It's going to be huge. It's going to be this February 15th and 16th. We are absolutely stoked for it. Get a job. Thanks for coming by. I see you there. Let's see. I see you there. Get a job. It's I watch a lot of videos from Get a Job. And then Grinzy says, if you say so, hello. Thank you for saying hi. Christian Humphrey, good to have you here. Thanks for your kind words. It's a great debate. Thanks for hosting. And then I Killed Earl. I'm pretty sure I Killed Earl that I'm glad that your blog is doing well. And I do think it helps if it always helps. But Andrew's like pretty open debating people. So even if you like, I think it's likely Andrew will go for it. I'll obviously be aware that Andrew's kind of rabid sometimes. So I don't know if you're willing to deal with a blood sport type of debate like the olden days. I don't know if a lot of you guys have been around, but modern day debate in part was inspired by Warski Live. No joke. Now, I actually myself never watched Warski Live. That was like before I got into like the political debates and stuff. But I'm sure some of you guys know what that is. I had a friend who did watch it though, and he said so. Basically, when I was starting a YouTube channel, this is like the summer before I started my doctorate. So this is like 6 years ago. And I was like, yeah, I really want to start a YouTube channel. I'm still figuring out what I want to do. And he's like, you should do a debate channel. Like just devote it to debate. And I was like, I don't know, because I feel like it's not my channel. And in a way, it's not. And that's okay. Like modern day debate, like we are dependent on our network. Like the debaters are the lifeblood of the channel. So, yeah, but no joke sense is that for real is Worski Live is the idea basically. Um, Him and JF, yeah. So back when Worski and JF like did that show, my buddy Andy, he used to watch it and he's like, you should do a show like this. And that was like while Worski Live was just coming down. I think it was like kind of falling apart. Um, but he was like, yeah, he's like, this is a cool idea. And so I was like, okay, I didn't want to do it because it's like I feel like it's not really my channel. Because everybody when you do a YouTube channel, kind of like people want to be like this is my channel, like it's me, like I'm the center of it. And in a real way, like I'm not the center of it. I'm like the person who decides what debates happen. But like Ryan's hosting most of them last month, for example, because we have so many flat earth debates and I don't want to host those. So I make Ryan do it. But he likes it. Like he enjoys it. So, um, but yeah, it's basically I didn't want to do it because I was like, well, I feel like it's not really my show because the debaters are the way a good debate show is basically it's that the debaters are the ones in the spotlight. It's not supposed to be me as the host, right? That's why I don't talk like almost at all during the actual debate. I'll do this like afterwards, but even then, like I don't say which side I thought was more persuasive or like, oh, that side had such bad arguments. Like that's like super lame. I don't it just doesn't fit modern day debate's brand. Thanks for your kind words, AG. I appreciate that. And it's okay though, but yeah, I mean, I obviously feel like I'm a big part of modern day debate. I guess kind of like it's like the ship of Theseus is because I was thinking about it the other day and I was like, man, modern day debate has always had people that have helped so much. The debaters, the volunteers at the conferences, the mods, Patreon supporters, channel members, like subscribers, like just everybody like makes this what it is. And I was thinking like what's the like common denominator from the very start? And I was like, well, I mean, I guess I am. It's like there's like a single board on Theseus's ship that was like the same board, that was like a board that helped make up the floor of like the ship, let's say. That's the only piece that's like remained. Otherwise, every other piece of like, although we've had like some debaters that have, been regulars on modern day debate for a long, long time. Trying to think of like who are our earliest ones. Once in a while, we still have T Jump on, and T Jump was like one of the first. Like sometimes it was like, it was like me and T Jump just debating, and that was like, I'd have somebody else be the mod because I just like philosophy of religions. So I was like, oh, it's cool. Like I'll jump in and do it, and then got to the point where I was like, I really want to focus on like developing our network and stuff, and that's what's made modern day debate I think good is that you got people from like all these different it's like Lord of the Rings, like you've got the elves, and then you've got like the dwarfs, and then over here you have the hobbits. It's like that. And so you have to be able to have friends from be friends with all these different like groups, the elves, the hobbits, and that way you can have think somebody from the elves come and debate somebody from the dwarfs, and that's what modern day debate is. So we appreciate though your guys' support. You guys have made this for real. You guys have made this channel epic, so we do appreciate your support. Like it really means more than you know. I never imagined that this would become like 200,000 subscribers, and I honestly think, no joke, this our goal is to hit 250,000 by the end of this year. So it's probably going to be some slower growth at the beginning of the year, 2025, or so I should say 2025. So about a year from now, we're hoping to be at 50,000 more or so subscribers compared to right now. And it's going to be really dependent on, to a significant degree, DebateCon in February will make a difference, and then DebateCon in the fall will make a huge difference. I think that by the fall, that's when we are shooting for like some bigger. We're gonna really shoot for the stars. We're gonna like really swing for the home run type conference. So yeah, we are excited about the future though, and we want to say thank you for all your support. We are. It's hard for me to just say how much I am excited about it, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your kind words. Kiss me. I see you there in the old live chat. Thanks for being with us. Um, Zents, thanks for your yeah. If you want to subscribe with that account too, feel free. Quick, quietly, silently. Thanks for coming by. Glad to have you, Laura Kamiensky. Thanks for coming by. I see you there in the old live chat. And want to say though, thanks for your support. I should get some rest, but let's see. This has been super fun, and that's a 4-hour stream. That was a long one, so I should go take a walk because my back is pretty tight. Thank you for all your support. I'm excited about the future. We'll see you at the next one. Keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Let me just double check one thing really quick. We are 5 subscribers away from 202,000. So for real, if are there 5 people in chat right now that have not subscribed? Are there 5 people that are hearing my voice right now? Because there's 483 listening right now. There's 483 listening right now. And that could theoretically be more than that, because sometimes there might be 2 people in the same room listening to modern day debate together. So we are 5 subscribers away from 202,000 subscribers. So I'm excited. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. We can do this. Momo, thanks for being here. I see you there in the old live chat. Blah blah. Thanks for being here. I see you there in the old live chat. Adir Est Tasir, thanks for your kind words. And let's see here. Thanks for your kind words. I killed Earl. I appreciate your support. And good to see you as well. And do email me about the possible debate with Andrew. I look forward to hearing from you. Could be an epic debate, but keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. We'll see you guys at the next debate, which is tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Take care and see you then.